Okay.
Good morning, trading friends. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert trader, Tom Sabo. Hello, everyone.
Good morning. Hello, Terry, and special good morning and hello to the chat as well. Abhishek, it's good to see you. And Trevor, I don't know if Nate is here with us or it's Trevor who's taking the backstage, but thank you for helping us out. But anyway, I'm going to say hello to Nate and Trevor, and hello to Magnus, of course, and Aaron and everybody at MyFundedTV crew. Terry, what's going on? It's good to see you back.
Oh, thank you. I am feeling fantastic. I am excited for today. The markets are moving. However, I am down one monitor. So we are down only to one now. We went from 3 to 1.
This is where the real skills are showing up. You know, one screen, and that's the real skill. You can do everything with one screen.
Yes. Thank you, Tom. How are you?
Doing great. Actually had a great London session. The early New York session was a bit of a tricky one. So we're going to talk about that too. And yeah, all is great. I think the market is like doing the usual thing, but we're going to talk about that too. Do you want to go over the schedule?
Yes, let's get started.
All right, let's get to the schedule. Let's go.
So today is Tuesday, and you are currently watching Terry and Tom on the Morning Push. At 10 o'clock, you will have Pine Tree Trader until 10:30. And then at 10:30 to 11:30, we have Leo Invest. And then at 11:30 to 12:30, we have Bull Barbie and Methodical Man. And at 12:30 to 1:30, we have Matt Coward. And that is the schedule for today.
Thank you so much, Terry. Well, yeah, so I think it's time to dive into the charts. So let's just switch over the screen. How about that?
Sounds great. Let's dive in. It has been moving.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about. So yeah, I actually just the usual, but I think it's interesting how the market was behaving. So just a quick recap of the London session so far. I was a little bit bullish in the morning first, but then I saw that there was a 15-minute demand zone. Actually, let me just, I'm going to stay on the 5-minute. That's cool. Let me get this zoomed in. So what happened is there was a 15-minute demand zone at 24,700 here. So what I did, I shorted the market and it was beautifully tagged, but we smashed through that level and actually got to the low of 596, which was the low of the zone. So I just zoomed out on the 5-minute, and previous day low here, which is yesterday's London low, got also swept and taken out. So when I saw this opportunity, I was like, okay, if the market is shifting higher and it slowly goes higher, then, you know, this would be a great idea to go long and tag some zones. I checked the time frames on the 15-minute, 5-minute, everywhere, even the 1-minute. I only found 2 3-minute supply zones right around the VWAP. So earlier around 7 a.m., the VWAP was obviously higher here, somewhere around the 660s. So the 3-minute got tagged. I wanted it to get tagged. It didn't, unfortunately, but we have 2 3-minute zones up there. But there was, let me just get this off here. So there was a 15-minute fair value gap along the way, starting at 621. Now, I thought that at least, worst case scenario, we should be getting up there, which was at 621. So my TP was exactly at 621. So I entered the long somewhere around 556. Unfortunately, as you can see, the market dropped down. There is a 3-minute demand zone still. For some of you guys who are new in the chat, I'm all about supply and demand. So I'm kind of looking for supply and demand zones, and I'm kind of trying to anticipate where the market is going to go in between these levels. Now, we might be dropping down to this 3-minute zone. It's not like a 10 out of 10 zone. It's not looking that super great, but it's technically valid. I'm going to go over some details later why it's valid, but there is a zone 434. I can expect, I can assume maybe that the market might drop down to that 434 and then hopefully go up there. My bias overall right now is bullish. It might be a little bit like dangerous to say like, oh, why? Because it's, about the global things that happening with the war and everything. I'm still a little bit bullish. I want to see a possible bounce up there to the 600s. So I will be looking for potential buys here. Maybe it would be safer to wait for the market to get above, to get above the 575-ish area. So I will be waiting for that. Maybe for a quick scalp down to 434. And that's about NQ. A quick look on gold. So gold, I was really bullish today on gold. I thought that after in the London session tagging this 3-minute demand zone, we're just gonna shoot higher because there's an absolutely perfect 2-minute supply level at the midnight area at 53.74. So I was like, okay, this is the opportunity. And why not just accumulate some positions and go higher? But it actually didn't go through. It never happened. Instead, gold actually, how much was it? Overall dropped like more than $200 in technically like one session almost. But yeah, in like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, it dropped $200, which is quite a big of a drop. So yeah, it was crazy. But now for gold, I don't see any supply zones higher. I like to go long, by the way. I still would love to go long, but the only level I might be looking for longs if we get like above the VWAP, I would say. So let's just play it safe. Let's get above the VWAP, and I'll be looking for some longs to get to. Let me get this off. Get to 53.71. I'm actually going to put an alert around that area, and we'll see what happens. Of course, we're going to keep an eye on ES too. ES swept the lows. Some might say SMT or divergence, whatever. I haven't checked the levels here too much, so I'm not sure if there is any 5 or 15-minute supply levels along the way. I didn't see anything, but let's just hope that it's going to reverse as well, because my focus, as always, is going to be on NQ. And yeah, again, to summarize, would not be surprised on a drop at the open 50 or 60 points down to 434, and then let's go higher. So that is what I think. Will be reactive as always. Thank you so much. That's what I see.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
I was surprised yesterday at the bullish push. We completely filled the gap yesterday. So it'll be interesting if we can fill part of the gap, or will we fill the whole gap, or not at all? Who knows at the open?
Yeah, everybody is kind of excited about that. And I don't know. It feels like NASDAQ is kind of tricky. It can make some dirty moves. It's really hard to anticipate what's going to happen. Right now that we actually, this is the 5-minute, and I zoomed out. I'm sorry, I don't want to make anybody dizzy a little bit, but like we had a bit of a shift here at 526 and we're going lower. I feel like that 434 might gonna get tagged, so I'm not sure. Maybe I'm gonna jump into a short. I don't know.
Ooh, so exciting.
I really am interested to take a short here. Let me see if I can put this out. No, not on this one. Oh yeah. So let me see. Oh yeah, here's the short. So I jumped into a short, kind of hoping that we'll drop down. It's just for confirmation reasons, basically. You know what? I'm going to add one more to it. So 2 micros of short. And yeah, my TP is going to be 37. Let's put it to 37. It's a very safe TP, I think. 37.25. Let's put it there. What you guys see here is the 15-second chart. Doesn't really matter. I'm kind of watching the 5. This is just just to follow up how the candles are printing. My entries are not based on the 15-second chart, but yeah, let's hope that will go down. Maybe I'm a little bit too early, but I want to see this drop.
It's working. Get down.
Do some magic there. Yeah. So,
speaking of magic,
yeah,
can I share some magic with you?
Of course, we want to see magic, Terry.
We're so close to 60,000 subs. We are less than 100 subscribers away. I feel like yesterday we were at 59.9K subs. So we must be so close today. I'm hoping that we can hit that 60K during the Tom and Terry show, because Tom said that once we hit 60K, he is going to call Luke on the phone live and ask for some special giveaways for all of you for helping us push the channel into fantastic greatness. What do you think?
Guys, I made a promise. I will stand up to that promise. Once we hit the 60K, I'm gonna dial up Luke here on this phone. I'm gonna put him on speaker and I'm gonna ask what he's doing. You know, hey Luke, what's up? What you doing? and he would be like, yo, Tom, what you doing? Shouldn't you be streaming or something? And I'm like, I will come up with something. So we got to be nice to Luke, to get those giveaways. We got to say something nice. But first, we need to hit the 60K, guys. First.
Yes, exactly. Luke loves numbers, and he loves to see our numbers up, up, up. So let's do it. Emma says, let's go. Emma also says, subscribe. Do it.
Terry's energized. How much coffee you had today, Terry?
Not enough.
Not enough. There you go.
I need more. Yeah, I need more.
We need more.
Yeah, I can share the current promos.
Oh yeah, let's go over the promos. Yeah, because this trade is not looking good anyway.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, I'm seeing it. Cool.
Oh, is it working?
Yes, yes, we can see
that. There
we
go. So currently the promo is still going on for the rapid accounts, 20% off any of the rapid sizes using code YouTube, and also 30% off any of the pros is still going on. I don't know when both of these promos are going to end. It could be later today. It could be tomorrow. I'm not sure. I have a feeling at least 1 or 2 will be ending soon. I don't know when. So make sure you snatch them up using code YouTube. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. That makes us happy. So never forget to use the proper code. And we are just still waiting. And I'm kind of praying a little bit for my TP there. but yeah, it's gonna be actually. Even if it goes higher, let me just figure out where should I put my stop, because it might not gonna be a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. For now I put it to 512. Yeah, I need to put it there because I don't want to risk more. If we close higher and we go up there to the 550s, and it seems like it's gonna be it's gonna be going to the dumpster, then. Oh. Then no problem. It's fine. Completely okay. This account is in profit anyways for the day because we had great trades in London again. It was awesome. But I think I'm just gonna wait until that 576 level then. So that's gonna be the target overall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rocky Mountain Trades says CL is on fire this AM. Can we take a peek at CL?
Yeah, sure. Let's check on Crude here.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, it's on steroids, definitely. So look at that. Oh my gosh, 77.
Wow.
I need to go and fill up my car because this is gonna have some side effects, I think.
Ooh,
Yeah, almost $78 per barrel, and it seems
wow.
like we're just going higher. Next level is 79. I think the market might want to break that. I'm not trading crude. I mean, not just because of this, but I never really traded crude, not because I think it's bad. It's just not my style, really. I think it's heavily dependent on fundamentals anyway, and especially in the current situation. So 79.63 would be the next step. I'm well, as much as I don't want to see people spending too much money on fuel, but I think this one will break through 79.63, and who knows how far then. Let me just switch to the weekly chart here. Okay, so that's a daily level, by the way, the 79.63. Gotta be careful. There's a gap here as well, which is of course from the weekend at 68. I don't think we're gonna go there. I don't really think that we're gonna go down there. So it is what it is. It's something, this kind of market is like, it's really something that I it's not an advice. Obviously, it's not financial advice. It never is. But, you know, it's just so dependent on the fundamentals, on geopolitical news. Like, you cannot really say that, oh, I see a fair value gap or this and that, or a pivot or whatever. This right now, crude oil just does what it wants. So it's totally unpredictable right now.
Ooh,
And
exactly.
everybody's going to be watching the news anyway. Like you might need a Reuters terminal or a Bloomberg or whatever subscription to follow it up to the second, because it's really difficult.
Yes, the tensions in the Middle East are escalating. This is why we are having this huge drop, why oil is spiking. So a lot going on. We must trade with stops, right, Tom?
Yes, exactly. It's important, especially in my trade right now. Unfortunately, but I'm okay, because I did get some comments lately, like, "Hey Tom, how are you so good? How are you so okay with taking that stop loss on live stream?" I'm like, I'm perfectly okay, because I mean, it's controlled. It's like within my risk criteria. I mean, this is very low risk, and so far I made some good profits through London as well on this account. So I'm perfectly fine with this, and I know that we're gonna have other opportunities. If not, you know, we still have lots of time from the week, right?
Yes, exactly. Oh my gosh, one trade is just one trade. It's like if you focus on only one tree in a gigantic forest. If you look at the forest, there are so many trees, like thousands,
Oh yeah,
hundreds
a
of
lot.
thousands of trees, a lot. And if you just look at one tree and say, this is the only tree, it's like you're kind of being a little,
Yeah.
dare I say, delusional.
Yeah. Thank you
Right?
for
Like,
clearing that out.
just one. It's not just one trade. I will say I can also be delusional, so don't feel hurt by that statement. But yeah, it's so easy for our brains to just lock on that one tree, that one trade, when really there are so many.
There's a lot.
And there's a lot, exactly. And I know Tom and I talk about the psychology of things, of how important it is. I do think that is something that our human brains just tend to do. Like, we zone in and it just automatically starts to think that this is the most important trade, and it's not. It's just one out of so many.
I think you just nailed the perfect point there, because really that's a very bad habit. Like, you know, especially on new traders, I'm sorry, I don't want to offend anyone, but you think that this is the game changer trade. This is the one. This is that you were waiting for. No, it's not. You have to be prepared to take the same trade tens of thousands of times, you know, every now and then, like not every day maybe, but, you know, repeatedly through your trading career and your journey. So that trade is just going to be one of many. Like, never forget that. So losses are part of the game. This trade is going to go to the dumpster most likely, but hey, we have to plan for the next one. So I'm okay with that.
Yes, and you're sized appropriately. You're accepting the risk ahead of time. What's I going to share with you? Oh, I do see. Oh, no. I was just wanting to reiterate that we are looking for hosts, you guys. My
Oh, yes.
Abhishek, yes, Abhishek just dropped in chat the link so you can apply. We're looking for people from all over, different journeys. You don't have to be an influencer and have a big following. We're just looking for talent, right? And if you have
Hmm.
energy and you want to join us and play with us, like, we would love that. So
Yeah.
make sure you apply if you're
E-
interested.
Even if you have a journey to share, like how you got into trading,
Yeah.
what type of success you achieved, maybe, or just like Terry said, you don't need to be like an influencer with a huge following. Obviously, once you apply, and I think MyFundedTV crew would be happy to interview everybody, and they see that you have that special energy, what it takes. We would love to have more guests in the show, and of course, more hosts as well, because we do really want to be, we want to extend, we want to get bigger and better than ever before. So make sure to apply if you feel like you would be a great fit on the show.
Yes, and as a guest or potential full-time host, like you just never know. And if you're interested but you feel nervous or you're like, I don't know, like if this is something I can do, just try, right? Like the worst that can happen is nothing comes out of it, but if you try and then you'll know, like, okay, I can do this.
Oh, yeah.
I think just that fear of taking those first steps can be the hardest parts. And then once you just put one foot in front of the other, things become easier and become more clear, kind of like with trading, right? Just one foot at a time.
Exactly, one foot at a time, and
Yeah.
just like we talked about it, even if you're not like a regular streamer, but you feel like you're absolutely comfortable stepping up here and talk about your journey, your trading, your setup, your model, and you're proven to be a good team member, then oh wow, that's
Mhm.
what we're looking for, definitely. And of course, we also want to go for vacation, Terry and I and everybody, so we need some we need someone to take us.
Tom, we're never going on vacation.
No, we're gonna be here until
Isn't
we're
happening.
90. So
Yeah, we're
yeah,
staying here till we're 90. But
yeah,
yeah, if you have a story of passing your first eval with MyFundedFutures or your first payout with MyFundedFutures, we want to hear those stories too. And getting to live, we want to hear that. Like all of the good things we want to hear. Yeah, and the
yes,
tough
exactly.
things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my trade went into heaven, so it's over now. But the thing is, we're gonna be waiting now, and we still have like more than 6 minutes. So don't worry, everybody. It will be the next opportunity is around the corner, and you know what? I might just gonna stay on my original plan, and I will try to look for that 15-minute fair value gap up there. Actually, I'm gonna put a line just so I will not forget it. That's at 621.25 up there on the micro. It would be awesome to see that. I'm going to tell you why, because like earlier, I had to stop out on my stream. And yes, I had this little glitch here on this trade. But the thing is, I want to have my answer. Like, is the level going to be correct? And I feel like we're getting closer. So I'm getting ready for a
Yeah.
long position, maybe. Who knows?
Wow, it is pushing on this 5-minute candle.
Oh yeah.
I'm thinking maybe, is it possible? Can we actually reach the midnight open?
I think we hold on, where is it? Oh yeah,
It's up there.
it's up there.
Up there.
Okay, yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
switched down to the 1 minute chart. You know what? I think we can. I think we have the potential in this market.
Mhm.
Well, let me measure the distance here just a second. It's like almost 300 points. Like Asia session dropped like more than 300 points. So I think it could be quite easy. It depends on if we have enough momentum. I haven't really checked on the Max 7. Let me take a quick look on NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA is kind of formed a... Oh, what the heck is this? I don't know, but it kind of looks strange. So it's just, it was losing ground here, a little bit lower. Now it's also spiking higher. I feel like if NVIDIA can take it higher, and also Meta, almost the same pattern. Yeah. So they formed a gap in the in the London session, and I feel like they might want to go up there and cover that gap. It was partially covered by, no, it has not been covered by NVIDIA. So yeah, it could be going up there. Today, 4 a.m. at the pre-market open or electronic trading hour open, it actually gapped down quite a bit. So who knows? Looks bullish for now. So that can help a little bit.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, I might take a chance at. We'll see how the open opens, and I'm thinking maybe at least a partial fill up to the midnight opening price. I do see VWAP is at about 625.
What I'm thinking, and it might gonna be a bit of not like a usual trade on my end, but this might going to be a discretional entry. So I might not going to wait for a 1 minute pullback. So I mean a pullback to a fair value gap or anything like that. If this one shoots out, and it could be a fake out, so that's the risky part, because if it shoots higher and that's the fake move, then I'm actually cooked. But if it's going higher, I might jump in only with 1 micro, and I'll see if we can get to that 621. And if it can hold the area at 575, then I might add 1 more micro to it. So that is what I'm trying to do here at the open.
Okay.
Maybe we'll have it. I don't know.
I like it. The WeWap is here. Keegan is here. Corey the phone trader is here.
Hey everybody, good to see you guys. What's up?
I also saw that WeWap said he just passed an eval with MyFundedFutures.
Awesome. Good job. Good job. The WeWap is here. Now we can trade, because, without the VWAP, it would be like...
I think NQ is going to go visit the WeWap. This is what I think. The VWAP!
If Terry says so...
The WeWap. I'm going to start saying the WeWap all the time, and then I'm going to say the WeWap in front of people who don't watch our show, and they're going to look at me like...
There you go. And by
Terry.
the way, guys, before the market open, I need to do my fair duty here and torture you guys a little bit with the numbers, because we need to push it. We are at 109 likes, which is awesome. We like it. We are over 400 viewers. That is amazing, guys. We love it. So thank you so much. Yesterday we managed to get above 200 likes until Pine Tree arrived. So we have time until 10 a.m. Please make sure to smash those likes, and everybody who's watching us on X, please hop over to YouTube, smash that like. We need to get it. If you haven't subscribed, by the way, now is the best time to do so. I keep refreshing the page. Once we hit the 60K, I'm gonna do it live here on stream. I'm gonna call Luke, I'm gonna put him on speaker, and I'm gonna ask some giveaway, obviously some free stuff. So I'm gonna ask him something extra, something special to celebrate the 60K viewers. All right, subscribers. So we'll have 60K viewers, don't worry, guys. So the 60K subs, we need to celebrate it. Smash the like, but make sure to subscribe as well if you haven't already, because I'm just really hoping that if we talk real nice with Luke, maybe he'll give us something extra to give away. All right, so let's go to that 60K, everyone.
That would make our week for sure. Okay, about 50 seconds until the market's going to open. I'm going to tweet out real quick, because I really want to hit the 60K on our show this morning. I don't know if we can do it. Let's try.
If we're not going to be able to do it now, then I can promise you guys, then tomorrow I will call Luke anyway, live on the stream. So, but we need those free stuff real quick.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
Almost at the open. 21 seconds. Get ready. I'm a little bit scared, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, I'm going to take you in this post too. We are so close to 60K. If we can get to 60K, Tom Sable will call Luke.
Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring ding ding. The market is ready for business, everybody. Buckle your seatbelts. We're not in Kansas anymore. All right.
Good luck.
Oh my gosh.
Higher.
I want to jump in. I jumped in.
I jumped in. Too. Okay. I
jumped in. I couldn't hold myself back. It's only 1 micro. What to do?
I'm going to reach for the stars on this one.
Reach for the stars. Okay. Hold on. I put a sell. No, I'm selling it. No, okay, I'm gonna sell it at 618 up there. I'm gonna sell it at 618. Oh, nice. Let's go. Go through. Please don't be a fake out. Please, NASDAQ, don't be a fake out.
Ooh, it's pushing. It's pushing. It's pushing.
Terry is energized. Come on, don't be a fake out, NASDAQ.
Go, go. It's
Go.
heading towards VWAP. It wants to go visit VWAP. It's so close. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Okay, we hit it.
Oh,
Finally.
okay, I'm
Well,
out.
it's good. You know, I'm only back to break even, but Terry, I hope you made some good profits there.
I did. I got about 80 points. It was good.
80 points. Let's go. Nice. Good job. Well,
Oh,
I'm somewhere around back to break even. Let me check it. I think I'm back to break even. Yes, I'm back to break even with this trade. Oh, should have went with 10 micros, right? Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
isn't that always the case? When it works,
always.
it's like, oh, I wish I had more on. If it didn't work, it's like, oh man.
Guys, I
Yeah.
think there's a chance that, you know, let's wait for a possible pullback, which is happening right now. I want to see 640-ish level. Oh, do I want to enter? Do I want to enter? Something tells me this one wants to tag the... okay, I entered again. I entered again because I want to see if the original analysis that I was looking for in the London session was the 3-minute supply zone higher. So I'm looking for the 640s. Now, this might going to be a bit of a heavier position on my end because I might going to add to it. I have to think about it because if we drop down to 562, that might be a little bit too much risk to add. But I don't even have a stop loss on it yet, actually. So I have to, let me, 649. Let's see, 649, sell. Okay, I will be looking for 649 for TP. And let's just smash that 3-minute level, NASDAQ. Please don't be a fake out and just go. So basically, I'm back to square one. And I'm just kind of hoping, like, it will go higher. I'm perfectly fine with this risk, and this is why I'm thinking, and this is why I don't have a stop loss yet, but just to, you know, have everybody, you know, in a calm position, I'm gonna put a stop loss at 503.
So that we don't all freak out. Like,
yeah, don't freak out. I'm gonna put... There's a hard stop at 503 on my end. I'm ready to add one more micro. I'm perfectly okay to add one more micro. I want to see how much is it going to drop down because I'm still kind of hoping that 643 level is going to get tagged. So I just want to see if we get down to that 1 minute fair value gap or not. So maybe you know what? Maybe I should put a limit order at 551. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a... Okay, there's a buy order at 551 if it gets down there, and that is gonna be it, guys. If it completely reverses to the downside, then it's just not the way I imagined it would be. So 503.50 is my stop right now. 503.50. Oh my gosh. 491. I'm gonna put it to 491. Okay, my stop is at 491 right now. If we pick up that order at 551. So yeah, let's wait. It's a small risk, by the way. Even if I lose the complete trade, it's still gonna be perfectly okay on my end. Hopefully, I will not cry about it later, but I think it will be okay. Still not got tagged in. Okay, I got tagged in. I got tagged into the trade. And now I'm getting freaked out. So right now it seems like we're going lower. Oh no. NQ, please don't do this. Oh, okay. It's going to do this. It's going to do it. It's going to do it. Aw, NQ. NQ. It's really doing it. It's fine. It's within my limit, but I was hoping that it will just skyrocket back up there. What was the... Okay, the opening range low was taken out. This is my last chance, but I think it's just going to sell off. you know, if it's gonna sell off, then I might try to scalp it down to that 3-minute demand zone down there. And that's gonna be my third attempt, because this is like a scalping session for me, I feel like.
Yeah. Oh gosh, trading the open, it's like you have to be so fast. So it looks like the 5-minute orb people got tagged in on the short side. If we can break the orb on the high side, I do love that to go long based off of that, right? Because like if you have a bunch of people who are wrong, we should see what happens here.
Yeah,
it is trying to push.
It tries, but the problem is, yeah, we're back into the range. We're below the VWAP. Yeah, it just repriced that 1-minute gap here. And this is the make you and break you point right now. If we can get a close above 566, then that would be awesome for my trade. This is
pushing.
Yeah, but Nasdaq is tricky. Nasdaq is so tricky nowadays. It's so tricky.
It plays with everyone's hearts.
Oh, I think I need to put
it's going.
A sell order here, 39. Okay, I just forgot to put all my two. Come on, let's go.
Go.
We need to tag the 3-minute zone up there. We need to tag it.
Okay, the orb high. Yeah, the orb high is 627. The orb high is 627. If we can break above 627, there's going to be some fuel.
Okay, I'm going to move my stop because if it goes lower, I don't want to give it back too much. Come on. Just a bit of a more. It can't hold the 600. If it can hold above there, I'm just right now. I'm making a mistake by messing around with my stop loss, by the way. But I shouldn't be moving my stop. I need to give more room to this trade.
It's gonna go. It's gonna go. It wants to go.
I don't know, Terry. Is there a magic trick that we can do here about this? There has to be some magic. Is there a market maker magic? I need to call someone. How are we doing with the likes? I'm gonna call Luke anyways. I don't care.
Oh, okay. There. It's going.
Let's go. And we took it, everybody. W's in the chat for Terry.
W's in the chat for Tom. Let's go.
Oh my gosh. You know what? Everybody's gonna receive an applause. There you go. Wow. This was great, guys. This was awesome. Awesome.
That was awesome. Trading the open is definitely like a specialty, I feel like. Trading the open can be very, very different than trading after initial balance is formed, right?
Yeah, it's a completely different scenario. And yeah, I think this should be like a completely trading the open. I feel like this could be like a completely different lecture in day trading. Like the first 10-20 minutes after the open is like a completely different behavior. It has its own narrative. It has its own unique technique. Like most likely you have to look for like what would be logical. Actually, I never tried to find logic in the market, but what would make more sense, like sweeping liquidity here and there. And anyway, I can't speak because I'm still super excited and I didn't even have my full coffee yet, so I'm just gonna drink some more coffee. That's it.
Let's go. Tom is celebrating. Pine Tree Traders in the house.
Pine Tree, hello there. So I'm gonna refresh the stream page again. I want to see how we're doing with the subs. Still 59.9 guys. Okay, here's the story. Here's the thing. If you're watching us on X, you are awesome, right? You're just all great. and I'm sure that some of you guys haven't even subscribed to our YouTube channel, right? And I know some of you guys, just stopping by because this is such an awesome community and watching like, hey, who are these dudes? Like, wow, such a cool channel, whatever, and you're just, eating your sandwich or maybe having lunch or early morning dinner, whatever, and you're just like, what should I do? And this guy keeps yapping like, I need to subscribe. Well, look at this. If you subscribe, we're going to have some free stuff to give away. I mean, I can confirm, you guys, I swear on my soul, this has not been like, there's a form, everybody. Make sure to react to that form. 1 or 2 minutes to react, fill out the information, and you're gonna be up for the giveaway. All right. So just to finish up the thought process. If you, I mean, this has not been, I don't have the authority to do this. Nobody gave me the green light to do this. We just decided, actually it was Terry's idea. So I'm taking I'm taking the heat for all this, but no, I promised you guys, we're all gonna get you something extra once we hit the 60K subs. If we don't hit it in our segment, I'm still going to call Luke, but tomorrow, because I'm sure that if not today, then tomorrow we need to hit it. All right, let's go. Oh my gosh. Terry, are you muted or not? I can't, I'm not sure. Maybe you are.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Price is currently trading below VWAP. It did go above, it tested it, and then it rejected it. Let's see what's going to happen next year.
Okay, so this was a good rejection, by the way. So I like to see this. The problem is there is nothing on the downside except for that lonely 3-minute demand zone, which is like, it looks a little bit ugly down there. I don't really want to see the market go down into that area. There's some, I think, more potential on the upside, especially around midnight and higher. So we have an Asia high at 962. Why not just continue higher? That would be great.
The overnight range is already very large. I wonder if it will just trade within the range. We shall see. NASDAQ is already down 1.87%. ES is down 1.75%. And YM is down almost 2% in the red. Ooh, YM.
What's happening with YM? Let me check
YM is trading right at the lows. It looks like it might make a new low potentially. Wow. Yeah,
YM is, wow, okay. It should be, I think it should be taking that 47.95. 47.95 should be taken. And maybe lower. I'm not trading actively the YM, but at least, I mean, we got out from some of that range that was built up during like the Christmas holidays and in January. So we topped that 50 level, and then now we're going lower. Let me just go to the daily chart here on YM. Okay. Yeah, there's certainly some liquidity. Once we get below 47.64, there could be some more liquidity. We also have some unbalanced price ranges down there at 46. Could be bearish, which means, is it able to pull down NQ and ES as well? We got to look on ES. What's happening on ES, guys? ES is also like, it's confusing. ES is not really doing anything. It's a little bit of a confusion here. Feels like it wants to drop down a little bit further, but whenever I see this on ES, so let me zoom in. This is the 5-minute chart on ES. So when we have a bullish candle, well, there's no liquidity has been taken here, so no swing high. But anyway, the bearish candle here has actually been not traded higher than that bullish candle, including the wick as well. And it seems like we're even going to close lower. Once we close lower, that's a very strong indication. So this particular candle formation is a very strong indication for another bearish push, even to take that 67.43. If that's the case, let me just go back to NQ. Look at that. That NQ might just going to tank as well. So if NQ is going to tank, then I have to keep an eye out for that 434 level down there. 434 level. We need to keep an eye on that.
Okay. I think if the 15-minute orb breaks on the low side, I will take sell. Oh, we have an inside bar, guys. So
on the 5 minute, on the 5 minutes, on the 5 minute, yeah. Okay, it's breaking the low end almost.
Oh,
okay, almost breaking.
Okay.
I wonder if Pine Tree is taking this trade. We need to ask him.
Yes, Pine Tree Pine Tree trade will be on at 10 o'clock.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he will be sharing some trades there, or what he traded this morning. And it does look like I think it traded lower. I think it did. Let's see. The low was 14.25, and the low was 15.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It traded.
3 ticks. I didn't get tagged in, but I will just mark it in.
Did you enter a short?
Yeah, ooh, it looks like I'm gonna get smoked. Yeah, in the it didn't take me in on the inside bar, but I just marked it in because it got tagged in by 3 ticks.
Okay.
It's okay if it doesn't work, right? Nothing works 100%.
It's perfectly okay.
So the low of the inside bar is 515. The low of this current 5-minute bar is 514.25. We are just consolidating on the 5-minute chart. Ooh, I don't like it. So the high of the inside bar is 613. So I'm going to put my stop at like 614. 615.
I'm trying to decide what to do here because so I know that, okay, it looks good, this inside bar setup. It's still looking good, but when I when I see this, especially when the bodies of these candles are right next to each other, it kind of gives me the feeling that it's a bit of a indecision there, and it's
yes. That's how I'm feeling, Tom. Yeah, no, you can live through my trade. You're good. You can live through my trade.
The thing is, you got to stick to your plan, Terry. Stick to your plan, whatever happens, and it will be completely okay.
Thank you. I'm still in it. It's like went against me, and now it's coming back to about break even. My entry is at 551. So I got a pretty decent entry, right? Okay, now it's in the green. Whew, what a wild morning. Such a wild morning.
It is. And again, I'm just kind of checking my other screen here because I was looking at some higher time frames. I don't want to make you guys too dizzy by switching all over the chart, but it kind of seems like I do need to switch to the 1 hour here and just to take off the markups. And I'm kind of seeing that we could be actually taking the slow down there. We could be actually going for that 24,250-ish area. Now that on the 1 hour, we picked up all the liquidity from the current fair value gap here. There's only one more left, and we have a bearish pin bar. It does look like it's ready to push it a little bit lower. Like, I don't know where's the TP, what TP are you looking for, but we have a good chance to go down to the 450s at least. That would be good.
I like that. Yeah, my TP is at about 447.
Okay, so 447, that's good. Okay, so I love to get the 434, by the way. I'm still I'm trying to, this is something I don't really want to, I'm not sure I want to do, but I'm trying it in my mind. I'm hearing the voices again. So I'm trying to justify a trade here, which maybe I shouldn't, because yesterday we talked about, like, one of the biggest mistakes on my end this year, at least, is that I tried to justify and took trades that were not even there. Oh my gosh, nice! It's going good. But
okay,
I'm really go on.
Oh no, real quick, I'm just moving my TP to about 51, if I can get it, 51.5. So I'm looking for 100 points.
Okay, that is good. Somehow, like Spider-Man, my spidey senses are tingling, and it kind of tells me that 434 is very much in the cards right now. All we need is some close candles below 500, and it would be awesome to see a drop. We do have a consolidation, but like 434, come on.
Go, Tom. Hop in. The 50-minute order people are getting tagged in.
Terry, I can't. I can, but I will be rooting for you.
Thank you.
I want to, by the way. Trust me, I want to. Part of me really want to, but I don't know. I mean, maybe if I switch to a different account or to an eval, maybe I can do that. Just, well, I wanted to say for fun, but guys, we need to treat those evals with a little bit more respect, right? So I know sometimes I do say like, oh, just for fun, let's jump in on an eval. And I did realize, I think I kind of miscommunicated that here on the stream and also on my streams as well. Sometimes like it's not about the fun practically. It's just a catchphrase, but yeah, you got to treat that evaluation account with a little bit more respect. Yes, you can trade a little bit with more risk because just like Pine Tree, for example, yesterday we talked about with him about this, like nobody really wants to stay for too long on an evaluation account, especially if you are a little bit more experienced. So I don't really want to spend too much time on an eval as well. So obviously I use a little bit more risk, but you still got to remember that that evaluation account counts because it's part of your business. It's part of your expenditure in your business. So treat it with respect. That's what I'm trying to say. So, oh my gosh, what the heck is Enki doing? I need to make a call.
I know it is playing with our hearts right now. Yeah, Tom, what you're sharing with us about treating the evals with respect is so important, and otherwise your expenses shoots through the roof and you are like, I can't believe I spent that much in eval.
Exactly. And you know what, this is like we practically just with this small conversation piece we just reversed engineered something very crucial, because I think we just found one small cause here. I mean, so causality here, because this is what starts the domino effect. Once you feel like, oh, no problem, because it's going to build up those bad habits, those bad muscle reflexes in the brain as well. Like, oh, no problem, I'm just going to buy a new eval. Who cares? No, that's a no. And, I also need to look into the mirror. I know it sounds weird. I need to look back and look into the mirror and be honest with myself. Like, this is really not the way that I should be treating those evals. And I kind of find something interesting here, and I'm going to talk about some money things here. I know in the prop firm space, you can find like super cheap, very, very, very cheap accounts, like really. Some of them has activation fees, whatever. But here at MyFundedFutures, no activation fees, super awesome. Some might say, for example, the pro account could be a little bit pricier, but it has all the advantages. Now, speaking about prices in the prop firm space, in between different type of accounts and advantages, I think, and this is why I think all the accounts are absolutely priced in on the best available value here at MyFundedFutures. For example, the pro account, I know it's a little bit more pricier, but what I think happens is when you pay that extra price for that evaluation account, I think there should be an extra brain muscle kicking in that, okay, I should not be gambling or doing some crazy decisions on this account. You got to treat that with more respect. Like, obviously, if you're thinking about a very cheap account, that muscle, the bad habit is going to be built up much, much faster. Like, no problem, I can buy 5 more, 10 more, whatever. But for example, with the pro account, or even with a 150K rapid, for example, like you might say, okay, let's just do it properly. And like, ask yourself, what would you do? How would you trade with your personal money if you would just deposit $1,000 or $2,000 into your personal futures account just to try it out? I guess you would not be making the same kind of quote unquote mistakes, right? So if we're thinking about, if you're thinking about purchasing a little bit more of a pricier account with more advantages, by the way, I think that can help a little bit to reduce those bad habits. So that's why partially I'm also kind of eyeballing towards like getting the big daddy accounts. I'm trying to shift my mind. I know you got to work a little bit more on those evals, but kind of shift my mind to like the 150K granddaddy pro account or the mummy account, the rapid 150 mummy account. So something a little bit bigger, more pricier, helps me to reduce crazy decisions, by the way. Just a bit of an, from my experience, at least, this is what I see. So anyway.
Yeah, Tom, I'm right there with you. I'm actually trading the 150K Pro account. And with the 30% off discount using code YouTube, it brings down the price down to about $333. I will say that if you're just like full sending evals, like some of us have gotten into the bad habit of doing, it's very costly. And I was thinking like, what the heck? Like I went through so many evals, you guys, like fairly recently. And I was like, why am I burning through these so quickly? And such a big part of, for me, what's underneath that is feeling like I need to get this as to fund it as quickly as possible. And the problem with thinking about things that way is, one, it creates bad habits. Two, like that's not repeatable in a funded account, right? Like there's a reason why when I get into a funded account, like lately I've been losing them quickly, and it's because I'm putting on way too much risk. Why am I putting on too much risk? Because I want to pass the evals as quickly as possible, and also I want to get to that payout as quickly as possible. And the reality is this, like we are running a business. If your expenses are exceeding your revenue, like your business is going to suck and you're going to be crying. You're going to be like,
sometimes
I
you
can't
do.
make this work. Yeah, exactly. And we don't want to do that. We want to laugh. We want to have fun. We want to smile. So I just want to share something with you that I worked on this morning. I was like, so I have two 150 Pro evals going right now. And one of them, I'm just taking as many trades as I want on it. And then on the other, my goal is to only trade one micro on it, a full trading day max, and risking only $200 max. And I was like, oh, I was looking at it today. I was like, oh, it sucks. Like the account is only up like $300, and I need to get it to $9,000 for me to even pass the account, which like sounds like so much if you're only risking 200 a day. But I want to do the math and share this with you because this shed some light for me. So $9,000, I divided that by $200. Like I know I'm not going to make $200 every day, right? So some days I'm going to lose 200. My max risk is 200, but other days I'm going to make more than 200. So we'll just like, for math, hypothetical purposes, that's 45 trading days. So that's about 2 months and 5 days. You guys, like, total cost, even if I get rebuild, is about $660 for $4,000, $4,500 worth of drawdown in a funded account. And so not only will I be saving money because I'm not going to be blowing through a gazillion evals. One, two, I'm going to improve my trading habits, which is what it's all about. Like we want to get to Blue Row Capital. We want to be amazing traders. And so I just wanted to quickly share that with you.
That is actually, thank you so much, Terry, for sharing with that and sharing with us, because this is exactly what we're talking about. And never forget that we are basically investing into our prop account to buy leverage, to have buying power. So it's not just about all the zeros and the numbers, but this is what we are getting in exchange. And yes, so good numbers and yeah, you always need to keep that in mind. Exactly.
Right. So like, okay, so if it takes 2 months and 5 days to pass an eval, like, is that really a big deal? It really isn't, because if you know you're developing good trading habits, and then if you do another two months and 5 days, I can withdraw like thousands of dollars from that pro account.
Exactly.
It's like slowing it down. I know I'm not the only one that is trying to do this as quickly as possible, and it just doesn't work out that great.
Exactly. Terry, Pine Tree is around the corner, and he wants to get into the stream.
He's demanding it.
He's demanding it because we need explanation about the order block trades today. So I think we had an awesome time, Terry. This was great, and we had some good trades. So any last thoughts before we go?
No, I think this was fantastic. Good luck,
This was.
everyone.
I just want to say today we didn't make the call. Tomorrow we will call Luke. Definitely. I made the promise. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here with us. Let's all welcome Pine Tree on the stage, and we'll be back tomorrow at the same time. Cheers, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Good morning. What is up, everyone? Let's give a quick hello to some people in the chat. Hey, Moto Timo Trades, what's going on? Guys, put the pine trees in the chat. I love that. Coop, what is going on? Hey, what's up, GC Victim? Nick Plays, 44. I see Miss K in the house. Hyman. All right, guys. Well, I'm in the short, guys. I am in the short. So I want to get right into this because, hey, I only got 30 minutes. So I'm in the short based off this outside bar right here. Now, I need 50% consistent. This account right here has 50% consistency. I'm almost there. Last night, I was actually practicing some scalps off a 2-minute chart using inside bars, which is pretty interesting. But I'm back on my old 5-minute chart right now, and I'm short off this outside bar, this giant outside bar. Now, only 2 micros, right? So what happened is I wasn't paying much attention, and I was actually trying to set up the stream and everything like that. And we put in this giant outside bar after the first 5-minute ORB. And the time I saw it, we had already breached the low. And so we started to push back into the middle, and I hopped in short with a stop above at the high. Now I'm looking for about $400 to possibly get to 50% on this account. So that is what's going on right now. So we'll see. The nice thing about trading the New York Open is that you can trade micros and still make a lot of money, right? You can also lose a lot of money, but yeah, so that's what I got going on right now. So basically the way I trade these is, so I trade inside and outside bars on 5 minutes and, well, now 2 minutes. I'm actually experimenting with that, which we might later in the week try out the 2-minute chart and try to get some scalps off it, just because I have such a short time frame, and I want to be able to get some trades in. But here's how I trade them. So I take breaks of these outside bars, inside bars, and harami candles. And the way I take it is, like, as soon as we take the break, I'll go, like, this triggered a short, right? So I would go short and the stop goes above. Now, here's the issue, right? Very wide stop, right? Especially with the outside bars. But what I find with the outside bars is that they're much more powerful than the inside bars. So that is why we are in the outside bars short. Now, I could probably move my stop and take off some risk above this outside bar right here, because we've broken this one to the downside. But I'm up pretty good on this account already today. And so I'm willing to give it a little more risk. So the market's going to have to come back and get me, right, at the high. So that's kind of what I'm in right now. And let's see what happens. How's everyone else doing? You guys doing all right? I want to talk about harami candles too today, because we have a lot of there was a lot of questions yesterday about it. And so I highlighted an example. Let's see if I could find it real quick. And see if it didn't disappear on me. Well, for some reason it disappeared, but that's right. I found it. So here's an example of the way I trade harami candles. I actually took this trade live. And what happened is I took this live on my own channel. This is the first 5-minute ORB of the Globex session. And we pushed down pretty heavily at the open to start the market. And then we put in this reversal candle. Some call them a pin bar. I call them a harami. And basically all it is that the bar opened and closed within the bar of the body of this candle opened and closed within the body of the previous candle on the 5-minute chart. And what I like to see is a wick. So if we get a wick down or above and then put in that reversal candle, like I said, some people call them a pin bar. It's just a reversal pattern, right? And all I do is I look for the break. So I would take a long off that. The stop goes below. And then my target usually is the high, or at least the body of the previous candle. That's how I originally traded it. Lately, I look for a little more sometimes. So depending on what I'm going for, maybe I'm trying to look for a big home run or whatever. But that's kind of how I trade it. In this case, I just took the high of this ORB candle. Because 84% of the time this ORB candle gets broken. Both sides of the candle gets broken. So that's what I ended up doing on that candle. Now, when I say 84% of the time the first 5-minute ORB gets broken, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen right away. It could take a long time. So anyways, that's an explanation on how I trade the 5-minute Harami candles. So anyways, let's take a look at the trade here. So I'm going for a home run. This has already been a really good trade. But I'm going for that I'm playing my P&L, which is never a good thing. But I'm actually looking for that $400. Now, this could go completely against me, but we'll see. And right now, all signs are pointing to down, as in a downtrend. So we actually broke another outside bar to the downside. So this is looking good. And then the safer play, like I said, you could actually trail your stop now. I don't really want to get stopped out on this. I think we could actually push down and maybe test that low if it decides it wants to go. Who we got in the chat? You guys got any questions? Guys, yeah, smash that like button. If you guys got any questions about my strategies or how I'm trading, we can take a look at a 2-minute chart real quick. Oh, I see we're doing some giveaways. Let's go. Congratulations. X giveaways. Who's Ryan? Nice. Congrats. I see Bear Trader 64 in the house. So what do you guys think? You guys think we're going to finish the day red? I mean, we're down 2% right now, so I don't know what the catalyst is going to be to move this higher, but you never know. I mean, the market likes to reverse and just keep pumping higher. But taking a look at the 2-minute chart, this is something that I've been experimenting with, and I was practicing last night. I'm actually going to practice tonight on my own stream as well, is especially during this segment where if I'm trying to get trades in for you guys by using my own strategies and not, I think yesterday I was trying to trade a different strategy and it didn't work out. But this is based off the stuff that I trade every day on a 5-minute chart. I just switched to the 2-minute chart, and then I started looking at these inside bars, and you can see that these breaks. So if you would take a short off this inside bar, you know, they're working pretty well. You know, you're getting good. I'm thinking like 1-to-1s off these inside bars. Here's the reason, because in my time slot, I have about five 5-minute candles to trade off from, unless I'm already in a trade when I get here. So, you know, like I said, I want to provide some entertainment. I want to provide some excitement, but I don't want to just force trades. So I'm looking for something that's my style, that's systematic, that I can scalp on stream. So just doing a quick back test and then doing a little practicing last night, I noticed that like these inside bars on a 2-minute chart work pretty well for scalps. So if you guys are if you guys are scalpers, you know, you can get some pretty nice moves off it. Even if you're going for 1-to-1s, you know, you can get some pretty good moves. How you guys doing today? You guys green? You guys red? What's happening? This doesn't look like it, but I mean, we've gotten close to almost to 90, 80 points off this trade so far. Like I said, I'm going for the big home run. Whether or not we get it or not, that's another story. But massive volatility, guys, today. So, not financial advice or anything, but, you probably should size down a little bit to a micro, maybe 2 micros, just because of the volatility, right? These are big 5-minute candles. Hey, let's go JLD 54 in the house. Break even today. That's all right. Hey, break even is the second best day, right? Break even's the second best day. But if you guys got any questions for me, feel free to ask. I am pretty much an open book. Of course, we'll keep it appropriate for the show, but absolutely any questions, feel free. Let's take a look at the hourly here real quick. So not really too much to say about the hourly, except they're looking very bearish and we're consolidating down here at the low. Now, I was shocked yesterday when we actually pushed back up into that giant range that we've been stuck in, right around that 25,000 level. Now I'm hoping we don't push back up into that range. That I'm hoping not, right? Because I'm short, but it's like a magnet at 25,000. So you can see right here, this was the open price, 25,002. And yeah, I was so shocked after the news yesterday, and we had a very, very bearish day, and then we pushed right back up, right into that consolidation range that we've been stuck in forever. All right, we are just messing around here at the 24,500. Let's take a look at gold and silver. I haven't looked at gold and silver today. Oops, I got it on the wrong thing here. Let me just change this. Go to the 24-hour. Wow. Okay, gold pushing down today. So that's interesting. So gold pushing down. I'm hoping that doesn't drive the NASDAQ higher, but let's take a look at YM. The other reason why I was pretty confident in this short here was YM was very, very bearish at the open. And as NASDAQ was pushing up, YM was pushing down very, very hard. So we got in the chat here. Congrats to all the winners. Yeah, let's go. Love to see it. All right, still in this trade here. I've got the diamond hands going on. This is something I've been practicing as far as trying to get a little more of an intraday swing with smaller size. And I'm usually pretty quick to take profits, right? Terry Trades is very good at holding intraday swings. I am not. I don't like to stare at the charts all day. I like to be in and out as much as possible and then go about my day. But with the market volatility, it's very, very tough to get in with a full size mini and then be able to, have that sniper entry where you're, not risking a whole lot, right? Because even on this trade, if you took the original break and you were in a mini, you're probably going to blow the account just a little pullback. Even though your stop could be up here, you're probably going to blow that account because that's literally, let's see, 100 points. So yeah, that's, if you have $2,000 drawdown on a mini, it's cooked. So, sizing down during New York to micros, you can actually make a lot of money taking those base hits, right? All right, this is we're up 50 points on this trade so far. But it wants to hold. It wants to hold this level. We have an untested wick down here at 447. Let's see if we can get it. Bob. Yeah, everyone would laugh. Push it down. Yeah. Who else we got in the chat? What are you guys doing? You guys doing a riddle, huh? I see. What a day, Mozart. Probably my best day over 5 years or 10. Let's go. I'm guessing you probably caught the short. That's awesome. There's always these milestones that you get to, right? So I remember my first time that I got to, I had a 5-figure day, right? So over $10,000. And I also remember the days that I've lost over $10,000 as well. But you always remember these milestones that you have. I also remember I was telling this the other day, where I remember this when I very first started trading futures. I started on a demo account, and I did not have a prop account. There wasn't many props to choose from, so I ended up depositing money in a Trade account. And I remember my very first trade, I lost $500 of real money, $500 on my very first trade. You know, I was trading a demo account. I figured, I got this, you know, no problem. I'm up like $20,000 on my demo account. And the very first trade I took, I lost $500. And I was just like, man, I was hooked ever since, right? I was hooked ever since. Real money. That's right. And I've been just obsessing over these markets ever since. I put so much time in these charts and watching these markets. Now, some days people will say, well, what trades did you take? Well, a lot of times it's based off discretion, right? Sometimes I take a trade off based off discretion, where I don't necessarily have a great setup, but just by staring at these charts for so long, you get a kind of good feel on what the market's trying to do. Like, you know, especially during the open, you're like, oh, we're really pushing, or we're really pushing down. It's like, let's just hop in small and then see what happens, you know, placing a fairly wide stop. And the beauty with trading a prop firm is that, you know, you're not putting all that capital at risk, and you can, you know, just say, well, oh, looks like we're going to push down. Come on. Let's test this wick here. What a nice trade. Come on. See if we can get about 100 points on this trade here. Let's sweep that low. It's going. Come on. Stubborn 50 level here. Stubborn 50 level. That 450s. Ooh. Just missed my take profit. Just ran that wick. I'm going to move my stop here. I'm trailing it. I don't want it to bounce after sweeping that low. All right. 90 points on that trade. So big 90-point trade right there. So that's, I mean, that is stuff that I like to trade during the morning. So people ask me all the time, like, well, what are you trading? What are you trading? Well, that's the stuff I like to trade. So big outside bar. I got a little bit lucky on my entry. It ended up running my low right here. But so big outside bar. I ended up getting in. I got a little lucky and got in at a good price because I wasn't really paying attention. But then ended up hitting 90 points, and then now it's still going. So like I said, these outside bars, very powerful, but on a 5-minute chart, but I'm going to say it again, very wide stops, right? So very wide stops, because these candles are big. So you have to size down, especially if you're trading props. You can't, even if you're on a 150K account, if you're in a mini, this is going to blow your account. And that is the thing. Yes, pine trees in the chat. Let's go. I want to see the pine trees in the chat. I love the pine tree emojis. Thank you so much. So here's the thing. You don't want to blow all your drawdown on one trade. That's the key, is sticking around for as long as possible on these evals or funded accounts. It's very, very important to size correctly. Now, you'll see, myself included, you'll see so many people on social media posting these big, huge numbers on these props. They're not doing it so much with micros, right? They're trading minis, but they're putting so much risk on the table trading the minis. And you have to be a sniper to get in and trade minis, especially with a higher time frame. I would say higher time frame for is what you see on most streamers, you know, a 5-minute chart, because you see so many streamers trading a 1-minute chart, 2-minute charts, a tick chart, 200-second charts, things like that. But you know, on a 5-minute chart, you have to size down to place a proper stop. So anyways, that's that was a really good trade here. It looks like we're going to try to make new lows. I want to take a look at YM, see if YM's still pushing down as well. Yeah, YM's pushing down. Righty as well. Let's take a look at Righty here. Anyone trade to Russell? I'm curious. Is anyone in the chat actually trade to Russell? Because I've been crushing it on the Russell. Now, my trade doesn't come in until after this segment. I have something that I trade right around the top of the hour. But yeah, no one trades the Russell. That's right. I made a tweet. I'm gonna say I'm gonna make Russell cool again. So I actually got a pretty big payout trading the Russell. If you guys follow my journey, I got a massive payout trading that Russell. So I keep making the same mistakes again and again, and I can't seem to stop myself. So every once in a while, Narendra, is that I still go on tilt, right? So I still tilt myself. It happens. We just try to do better every single day, right? We try to do better every single day. And, you know, you tell yourself, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Now, I'll be honest with you guys. I've gone through quite a few evals recently. I'm doing really well on my funded accounts this last 2 months. But for evals, I am struggling. And it's because I'm not being, I'm not being patient. And so it's one of those things that I think, and I said it before, is that when I started trading futures in 2021. I was actually trading futures, stocks before that. I was doing the swing trading thing while I was working full time at the Postal Service. I used to be a mail carrier. That's what I did for 15 years. So I was a mail carrier, and I would swing trade stocks off my phone. And that's what got me introduced in the market. There was no one in my family that was interested in stocks, really. No one, like everyone in my family is very risk adverse. You know, my grandfather and everything, you know, he would buy a savings bond and put it in the shoebox, you know, every paycheck. It looks like we're going to go through the lows, guys. So beautiful trade there. These outside bars absolutely paid. Now this inside bar, this first one, tricky, right? But every time I see an inside bar next to an outside bar, I get a little hesitant, and I'm glad I did today and didn't take it. So, so anyways, my story is that when I started trading futures, the only reason why I'm still here is because I haven't given up. And I think that's the key. I haven't given up. I'm still not where I want to be as a trader. I still tilt. I still have my days where I'll come on stream and I'll be like, guys, I lost it yesterday. I blew all my accounts again. Oftentimes after getting a payout, I call it it's that post payout degeneracy. It's not my term, it's someone else. But if for some reason you get a little overconfident in the markets, and you know, you can just lose sight of that, and you get too aggressive and you end up losing your accounts. I think the best, most consistent traders that I know are the ones that might not even trade every day, you know, and if they do, it's 1 or 2 trades a day and they're done, right? So like, obviously this is a standout day, $1,384 on this account today. But you know, if I would have took that trade and it made $400, right, on a funded account, trading 2 micros, I'm done for the day. I am not going to look for $1,000. I'm not going to look for any more than that, you know, especially on an account that has consistency. Tom Hugard, based on my recommendation, erased my tilt. Yes, Seven. Thank you so much for bringing that up. So yeah, Tom Hugard. Try not to knock the. So this book right here, The Best Loser Wins by Tom Hugard, is one of my favorite books. You know, there's no strategies in here. It's from a real trader, you know, which I like. It's a simple read, which is good for me because, you know, I have a I don't know, high school education from a small town in Maine. But I love that book, and I think that listening to his psychology talk on YouTube. So if you go look at Tom Hugard's psychology seminars, things like that, and listen to him talk, I think it's stand out. It's great. It speaks to me personally. I love listening to him talk about his struggles and losing hundreds of thousands of dollars on Christmas Day, right? Or yeah, Christmas Day, you know, he talks about, and yet he's still very, very profitable trader. So even himself has really, really bad days. And the other thing that I like about trader Tom Hugard, is that he kind of has the same background as myself. Like his father was a mechanic. His mother was a nurse. My father's a mechanic, an auto mechanic. My stepmother's a nurse. Like, it related to me in a way when I was first starting out trading futures. I was like, if he can do it, I can do it too. And so like, that's where, you know, and then when he came out with this book, and believe it, I think he's writing a new book too. So I can't wait for that new book to come out. Do we have any questions? I only have just a few minutes left, and I feel like I'm rambling a lot. So you're up 1K today, only $700 to pass an eval. Let's go. And just remember, Sergio, you don't need to pass that eval today. That's kind of what I was trying to say earlier, is that I have not been patient myself with these evals. Like I fully admit that. It's been a struggle lately. So, because here's the goal. I want to come on this stream and I want to be trading these funded account here on MyFundedFutures. I'd like to pass one of these rapid accounts. I want to be able to take daily payouts, which I do a lot. You guys can follow my stream. You guys know I love daily payouts. I want to be able to take daily payout base hits on this stream. This is the goal for the next, for as long as they're going to have me, for the next few months, and be able to take a live trade. Now, I don't want you guys following my trades, but I just want to show you guys and showcase, like, look at these daily payouts, look at these daily base hits. If you start making $200-300 on a daily payout, it can really like change your life. You know, you can replace a 9-to-5 job just by getting those daily payouts. And one of the things that I love to do is get a daily payout while I'm trying to build up my other funded accounts. So if you have a flex account or something that's, you know, where you have to trade it for 5-6 days or whatever, you can build those up slowly. Or if you're on a pro account where you don't even have to trade it every day, you can just take your shots, your A+ setups, build those up, and then be able to take those base hits, you know, and take those daily payouts. I love taking the daily payouts just because it makes me feel like I'm getting something out of the market every single day, you know. Yeah, frequency. So I am here every single day for 30 minutes, guys. It's only 30 minutes. So you can't get sick of me in 30 minutes, right? Well, maybe some can, but we have Leo coming up after me. So I got about 30 seconds here, and very exciting. I was actually watching Leo's past stream. I wanted to see what it was all about. Leo comes across to me as a very intelligent trader, young dude. I'm probably old enough to be his father, but very exciting to have Leo come on next. So Thank you guys so much. Please be here tomorrow. I'll be right here, same time, same place, and I'll see you guys tonight for the Globex Open. And we'll see you guys later. And welcome Leo to the stream.
Alrighty. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. We are in the pocket on a Tuesday session. Shout out Pine Tree Trader for a fantastic session there. You guys saw Pine Tree absolutely slap some shorts there for a beautiful, beautiful winning trade, even during a 30-minute segment, mind you. So Pine Tree, some great education, some great knowledge on the difference between micros and minis and proper risk management with that, because definitely brought up a lot of good points in terms of how to properly manage risk and how even the evaluation phase for really good traders, sometimes we do go on tilt. Pine absolutely killed that segment. Make sure you guys are definitely hopping in on those 30-minute segments. There's a lot of value in those. Pine Tree, absolutely fantastic session, and welcome to MyFundedTV as well. And other than that, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Happy Tuesday. How are we doing? I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Had a good little weekend reset up in Yosemite, and then now we are back to the charts full time, baby. So it's going pretty well so far. I can't lie. Honestly, we just took out the draw that I wanted originally from this morning, and I didn't actually capitalize on a trade on NASDAQ this morning. I was actually flat on the day, and I'll get into that in just a second here. I'll just say my good mornings to everybody. But once again, amazing session there from Pine Tree. You guys saw him take an absolutely fantastic trade on those NASDAQ shorts. So yeah, great day so far, everybody. And I'm sure many of you might be either flat on the day, or we know that the New York Open was a little bit indecisive. We had a little bit of barcode movement with some slight SMT that was showcasing some bearish sentiment. But anyways, good morning, everybody. We'll get into it in just a second here. We just swept out this major draw. We just swept out the March 3rd, 6:18 a.m. draw, and now we are seeing a retrace all the way into this 3-minute fair value gap here, which is one thing that I'm watching. So good morning, everybody. MyFunded is actually just about to hit 60,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is pretty insane, to be honest. But anyways, good morning. Alrighty, so I think we're going to jump to the cut here, everybody, because we have some trade recapping to do for all of you before we do some live trading. For myself right now, honestly, based on higher time frame, I would genuinely like to see markets continue lower. We have a couple major draws that I'd like to see swept. I have 2 of them marked out already. We already swept out the first market, 24,449. Second draw for me is going to lie at this 24,239.75. That's my second draw that I'm intending on seeing market move to. Only thing that's a little skeptical for me is obviously we did sweep out a very aggressive hourly low, the 6 o'clock hourly low. So what I'm looking to see is either a continued move lower off of this segment, or we'll see that this becomes our draw that sweeps into a retrace back into some of these higher time frame fair value gaps. But for myself, what I would like to see is I want to look for a potential move lower here, especially on the 3-minute. If we can respect this fair value gap here, aka this imbalance, and we can see a reclosure back below this bullish candle body low, we could anticipate a nice bearish continuation signature, aka C3 continuation signature, down into the lows. We did just open up a new 30-minute. This is the 10:30 30-minute candle. So this is kind of what I'll be watching for today, is to see whether or not we actually do get this retrace into fair value, which is exactly what happened, and now see a continued bearish leg lower. Good morning. Welcome, Leo. Thank you, Robert. Mr. Riddle, good morning. Son of Wall Street. It's me trades. GC, AVDR, Bear Trader. Good seeing you. Love seeing all the familiar names here. Good morning. So honestly, this is kind of what I'm watching for right now. We did sweep out this very major draw, though. So also, if we do inverse this 3-minute fair value gap, I will be looking for some potential long signatures. But based on market and how the New York AM session played out, I'm really not anticipating that we're going to make a full recovery back into these highs. Hence why I'm more so looking for a continued bearish move in this specific trade. One thing I will say, though, is I did actually miss out on a good trade on GC and silver here. As we can see, gold and silver were showcasing, especially gold in this sense, gold was showcasing very strong bearish sentiment. And so one of the things that I was watching for today was to see whether or not I could get a continued bearish leg into some of the major draws. And gold here formed this nice draw here at the 633 low. One of the draws that I was hoping to see gold would sweep out today. And at the New York Open, so the 930, we formed this imbalance at the 930, which led to a retracement. Those of you that have been here for my Tuesday segments, you guys know that I absolutely love to trade continuation signatures, especially after the candle 2 framework has played out. So for me, this was just going to be a continuation signature into this intended draw. The only thing and the only reason why I did not enter this trade was just with the sheer amount of risk. For myself, I was looking to trade this with a couple micros, but for a 42.3 point stop is quite a lot of risk considering micros. Had I taken one contract, this would have played out beautifully, almost to a 2R. But we retrace into this imbalance here. We then reclosed below. And so once we see a retrace into an imbalance, we close below the change in state of delivery or the internal change in state of delivery, like we see here at the 936. Most of the time, I can anticipate that trend is going to continue lower. But we had such an aggressive candle. Like this singular 3-minute candle moved 42.3 points on GC, which is just an extreme amount of risk considering that I'm trading micros on my accounts. And so I did not enter this trade because of that, but this did actually end up playing out beautifully to a 1.5R, where now we are experiencing some major SMT divergence at the lows between both GC and silver. So I did miss on this trade, to be so honest with you guys, but it is what it is, right? I'm here to preserve my capital. And Pine Tree Trader also did mention in his segment a lot about, you know, some of the most developed traders are the ones that are capable of not trading all the time and are okay with having no trade days. If that becomes a day for me, I'm completely content with that. Do I prefer to have a winning day? Absolutely. But also a break-even day is considered a winning day in my book. So anyways, good morning, everybody. We have the new MyFundedTV form as well. So make sure you guys are filling that out as well if you haven't already. Let's go chat. Form number 2 has dropped. Also, based on the reaction from this 3-minute draw, the 618 draw, we're seeing quite an aggressive bullish move now. So we might actually see a bit of a bullish recovery here. We do have a couple conflicting fair values that we might see a bit of resistance off of. So I'm just going to mark these out on my chart, but definitely what we could potentially see market doing soon enough here. So we'll see what happens. But make sure you guys are filling out the MyFundedTV form. And also, let's see if we can get MyFunded to 60K this stream. Do you guys say we get this? Let's get the stream to 60K. We're literally less than probably 50 subscribers away from 60K on MyFunded's YouTube channel. So if you haven't already, guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let's get into it, right? That being said, though, we are seeing quite a bit of SMT here that is forming at the lows. So this is something you could potentially watch to see confirmation for a continuation signature higher here. We actually did confirm the SMT at the 1030 open. So a slight continued bullish move here on gold does seem very feasible as well. How are we not at 60K? It's a mystery. It is a mystery. It's a mystery, man. Who knows? Who knows? Let's see if we can get it to 60K though. We're very close. So yeah, right now, honestly, want to see how we react to these imbalances. If we are able to inverse both these imbalances, then we could make an active recovery back up into the highs around 930. If not, then I would like to see a continuation signature lower into this 24,239 draw that I have marked on my chart here. So that would be kind of my watch for today. If I didn't see an entry signature form, I would want to just see a good continuation series for this setup. So we'll see what happens. But NQ target is 24,699. Hey, I mean, who knows? Make our way up all the way back, make our way all the way back up to these highs here. That'd be cool. I mean, if we inverse these, I could definitely see that being feasible. But we do have these major imbalances that form. But the nice thing is we did take out that draw, which in Pine Tree segment he did call out, which was very cool to see that play out fully. So how's everybody doing though? How has the Monday and Tuesday trading been for everybody? Are we being smart with our risk? Are we following a defined entry model? Let's get some responses in chat here. How are we doing in terms of our trading today? Yeah, GC was honestly a really solid trade. Had there been slightly smaller, not a 42.3 point stop, I would have been very inclined to want to take this GC trade. And that did play out beautifully. I mean, gold was showcasing clear bear sentiment here based on this profiling. So all good. Seeing a bit of a rejection off this imbalance here. We'll see if we can framework something for you guys today. Sub. Let's get MFF to 60K subs. I think we can get it 60K during this segment. If we could do that, that'd be awesome. Yes, they're up 1600. There we go. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Hey, red days, green days, all part of the process. It's just a matter of, are you staying consistent? Are you ensuring that you are taking a proper setup? Are you putting proper risk in your trades as well? Alrighty here. Not too much I'm seeing at the moment. We are honestly just making a V-shaped recovery right now. So it's really looking like we might actually get a signature higher here on NASDAQ. I honestly wasn't anticipating making that large of a recovery, but we're just sliding right through these imbalances with no issue. No issue at all. So let's see if we can get MyFunded to 60K though. I have some faith here. I think we can do it. I definitely think we can do it while we watch these markets. 15-minute here as well. Major sweep out. 4-hour profile here. Kind of indecisive, I can't lie. The only thing is sweeping out the previous 4-hour low being that 6 o'clock. That 6 o'clock low swept out during the 10 o'clock. That does give me some reason to believe that we will continue higher, especially because we swept out a previous 4-hour low and a relevant draw here being the Tuesday 10 o'clock. So those two major draws and a 4-hour sweep, if this 10 o'clock closes bullish, we could definitely see it trace back up into these 4-hour imbalance, this 4-hour imbalance that formed as well. So we'll mark this out as well here. But fair value gap, and we'll mark this out as our 4-hour fair value gap. No chart today. Yeah, honestly, if this is a no trade day for me, that's okay. I am flat at the moment in terms of trading. Be cool to take one in front of all of you, but hey, can't take a trade every stream for you guys. Just quiet while trading. Very nice. Yeah. I really just want to touch up a little more on Pine Tree's segment there in terms of micros and minis. And like, it is true though, that, you know, psychology and the psychological side of trading tends to be the one that affects people the most, right? You can know 100% of technical analysis. You can know 100% of how you're supposed to define a significant entry. But at the end of the day, if you don't have the psychology side of trading mastered, it's very easy to fall back into that cave. You can get a payout. You can get payouts. You can even get consistent payouts. But it's a matter of, can you actually hold those accounts long term? Because a lot of people then, the second they start to get payouts and more payouts, now it less becomes the psychological game of, you know, being fearful of entering trades or whatever, because you know you're capable of taking those wins. And now instead, it becomes more so this mental game of, can I hold this account? Or maybe you just have too much confidence in markets because you've been getting so many payouts, or maybe even one singular payout, you now think that you're above the market. And the sad reality is the market's not going to be okay with that, right? The market's not going to really forgive you for being overconfident, right? It's not going to give you an easy day. And so the reality is the second you start to build a buffer or build a larger account and you become more confident in your trading, sometimes that overconfidence now leads to you making irrational decisions in market. And so when it comes to trading, even prop firms, it doesn't matter if you're a profitable or unprofitable trader. This is an ongoing psychological trait that you need to be mastering, right? You can't just sit back in the saddle and anticipate that market is going to understand your overconfidence and your oversizing and your over trading, because now you've taken a payout. And even if you haven't taken a payout, now that you've passed this evaluation, it's not going to forgive you. And so it's more a matter of, can you position yourself in a market to allow yourself, to take reliable trades, take consistent trades, and step away from a market scenario before you see it affect you personally, before you start to overtrade or oversize or blow your accounts, right? So anyways, with NASDAQ here, we are seeing this rejection off this imbalance, which is really nice. So ideally, I would like to see a continuation sequence form here on the 3-minute, ideally. It's actually quite a bit of a move on the 3. So can we framework something off the 1? We did frame a 1. I mean, technically, we do have this 1-minute imbalance that was failed to close as well here. And I did confirm the entry there. So we could grab a small market entry at this IC here. Maybe I'll put a limit in on this 1 minute for this. Here, I'm going to go here, stop at this protected high of the fair value and target these relevant lows here. See if we get filled. I'm going to try light size on this. I do like this 1 minute framework for continuation sequence lower. If we can get filled, I'm going to slap a limit in there. Alrighty. Then we'll put the stop at this protected high, proper stop. Okay. Awesome. 60K reach. Did we just hit 60K? Oh, let's go, baby. 60K on the MyFunded channel. Let's go. Thank you all so much for that. During the segment as well, I'm lucky. I am lucky today. 60K on the MyFunded stream. 70K next, guys. 70K, then 80K, then 90K, then 100K. We've officially hit 60K on the MyFunded channel. Thank you all so much for the support. Holy cow. There we go. I wish I had like some congratulations music, you know, like some birthday cake music I could be playing right now. 60K finally. There we go. 60K. Lucky Leo. I'm lucky. During my segment, we hit 60K on YouTube. My segment, we hit 60K on YouTube. I'm pretty lucky for that. I can't lie, chat. I can't lie. Congratulations, MyFunded. And also thank you all for tuning in for the 60. We'll call this a 60K stream now, right? Now we can officially call this the 60K stream. Let's go. Good morning, everybody. 59,300 since I subbed. You've been here 700 subscribers ago, Ricky. Out of way. Also with this, I'm tagging in this with very light size today. I just wanted to see whether or not we would get this 1 minute continuation sequence. Sweet. 60K during the Leo segment. We are lucky. We are lucky. Wow. Tapped in this 1 minute imbalance and really just sent itself lower here. Well, it'd be cool if we can get a continuation to this draw, these draws down here. It's going to be risky, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Now sub at number 700. Oh, wow. Nice. Very nice, Ricky. Well done. Turn me up. Thank you all for subscribing. Seriously. Thank you all for subscribing and showing support to the MyFunded streams. It means a lot. Seriously. It's a cool place to be. It's a cool community. I think all of you that are in here that have been in here for a decent amount of time know that this is super dope. MyFunded deserves this a lot. So congrats, Leo. Congrats, MyFunded. This is MyFunded's channel. I'm just hopping on here because they were generous enough to give me a segment. Well deserved to MyFunded. Yep. Super, super exciting. 60K. I know. Let's go, man. 60K. Let's go to the moon. 60K on the stream. Alrighty, we'll see what happens here on this MNQ trade. Seeing a bit of some weak bullish volume here. So I'd ideally like to see bear step back in and take us back to our 1029 draw. We'll see what happens though. My risk is just at the 60 candle wick high here. W for the win. 60K. How many hearts for MFTV, guys? Dude, I know. We just got to like start spamming them, right? At this point. 40K left for 100K. Let's march. I know. We're on it. We're going to hit it. Avi, we're going to hit it in no time. We're going to hit it in no time. People are going to start to see more and more of the value of MyFunded, and we are going to smash 100K. 100%. Good reaction here on the 1 minute from NASDAQ. Ideally would like to see a reclosure back below. If I want to see a true continuation sequence here too, I'd want to see closure below this wick low, or this body low here. That would be ideal for myself. So we'll see if we can get this closure here. That would be really solid for us. We're up about 18 points right now. 100K loaded. Congrats. 100K party soon. Oh, we're getting there. Chat, we are getting there. Mark my words. MFTV, 100K subs. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. All right, we're actually just rejecting off of the candle body low here. Good closure, though. I like this 1 minute closure. This is good direction. Nice. If we could see closure below these wick lows, we've also officially re-inversed this 1 minute fair value and this 1 minute fair value too, which is great movement here on the 1 minute. Oh, fantastic, NASDAQ. We're up about 30 points here on the fundeds. Confetti balloons. I know we need like some celebration confetti or something. Oh wait, you can actually use the confetti emojis there. I just tapped them myself. Let's get a nice strong 1 minute closure below these wick lows ideally, because that'll also inverse this fair value here, this failed inversion lower. I ideally would like to see that be the case. We are rejecting a bit off of it. Counterbody closure below this, and we're basically guaranteed to make our way into this 1029 draw. Just a heads up. Nice trade low. Thank you. I mean, we're not out of it yet, but we're rejecting off this imbalance quite aggressively, which is what happened before in market. We were up about 30 points, 32 points on that trade. Not my ideal 1 minute closure, but inverse this fair value, and we're going to see beautiful movement into this 1029. I'm telling you now, if we inverse this fair value gap on the 1 minute, it's pretty high probability we make our way back into this 1029 draw. So good here. For those wondering as well, I am in this trade with 4 micros. That is my current size on this trade. It's 4 micros. Great movement here. Holy cow. Up about 45 points here. I'm going to take 1 partial here just for risk. So I'm in 3 micros now. All right. Partial has been taken. If we can inverse this fair value into an IFEG, this is going to be great. 60K and we win a trade here. That'd be great. So far, we're now green on the trade. I've secured 1 micro for profit. Close below this fair value, we see this 929 or this 1029 draw. Ideally, we'll see if we can inverse it. I'm not even going to jinx it. Whatever happens, happens, guys. Alrighty, failed closure here on the fair value, but we're still in. We're still very much so in. Gonna just mark this out for a bit here. We did take out that one micro partial. Thank you, Abby. I appreciate it. 60K subs. This is awesome, guys. Holy cow. 60K subs in the MyFunded stream. We'll let that play out there. Silvers, commodities continuing higher here off that SMT at the lows. If NQ could just give me this closure below the fair value, guys, this 1029 draw is going to be slapped. We're probably going to even continue lower. Probably going to continue lower here as well. Really just I've been loving my imbalances recently, especially these continuations. When you utilize an imbalance with a continuation signature, it's super high probability for me. I haven't actually checked. One thing I didn't check was for an SMT in those gap fills, though. That is on me. No, failed closure again on the 1 minute. We are losing a bit of bearish volume here. Ideally, just see that closure. You can trace up a little bit. That's all right. Just give me my confirmed closure. See strong 1 minute rejection off the fair value. Kind of what happened before in this segment here. So if we inverse this, that'll be my key for. Also, if we inverse this, if we get a closure below this fair value, I'll probably move my stops to break even. Wla, appreciate it. Thank you. So far, no SMT forming yet between ES and NASDAQ. Want to see what happens. There's definitely going to be SMT between YM. Okay. YM still showcasing a bit of bearish sentiment here. I like this wick closure here. If we could just see that inverse on the fair value, stops to break even. This would be beautiful. Yeah, be prepared for tomorrow's segment, guys. 60K celebration is what I'm hearing, right? 60K celebration. Ooh, I like the idea. 60K celebration is a futures competition. That would be massive, and top 10 traders keep their account. That'd be insane. That'd be insane. Who knows? Who knows, guys? I'm just here doing my segment. Silvers, gold, really pushing higher here. We're struggling to get below this imbalance here. If we can just see this closure, I'll be so happy. We're already up in profit since we did take that 1 partial on that micro. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm liking this movement on the 1 minute, 20 seconds on this closure. If we can inverse this, up about almost 40 points on this. If I take out a second partial here, I'll be officially in a risk-free trade because it'll cover my stop as well. But we're looking like we might inverse. Opa. There we go. Inverse the fair value here on the 1 minute. Great movement. So now it's a pretty high probability we make our way into this 1029 draw. We don't have a lot of conflicting imbalances at these lows. On the 3, we do have this 3 minute fair value, which is the only thing I'm a little concerned about. But other than that, I'm liking what I'm seeing. You're going for TP low. Yes, tap the SIST, exactly. Dump it. There we go. Ideally, I'd be a happy camper. I'd be a happy camper. Yeah, the one thing would just be that 3 minute. So we'll actually open up NASDAQ 3 minute here on the, so you guys can kind of see what I'm looking at. Dual chart access here. We've got the 1 minute and the, oh wait, it's going to do 3 for both. Whoops, psych. I have the charts synced, I forgot. I'm liking this though. It's probably going to tap back into this fair value. This is an inversion now, so let's change this to an IFVG. Good movement here. Good continuation sequence. We tapped into the SIST there, and then now we're seeing that movement. Oh my, up about 53 points here on this trade. Anything you need, let me know. Of course, Diego. Alrighty, let's see if we can hit this max TP on stream. That'd be awesome. Ideally, might take out one more partial here. Might move my stop to break even here soon as well. I'm not going break even yet. But we'll see. Alrighty. Let's see what happens. Great trade so far, though. I'm liking what I'm seeing. First trade of the day. Yeah, this is first trade of the day for me, Kappa. I've been flat on the day, and this I really like this retrace into this imbalance here. If we can inverse now, the real thing, chat. Inverse is 3-minute inversion, game over. Or inverse is 3-minute fair value, then it's officially game over. But right now, guys, we're up. What? Yeah, we're almost. Oof, we are up. All right, a bit of a reaction to that 3-minute imbalance, that's for sure. Hence why no break even yet on that. All righty, I'm in with my final 2 micros on this. Strong reaction to that 3-minute imbalance. Oh, even after inversing. Well, still winning trade so far. So risk is officially determined. This is a green trade no matter what now. Won't be as green as I want if we get stopped out here. But ideally, I want to see lower. I really want to see lower on this trade. I think we can do it. If it's retracing, it should retrace now and respect 1054. Yeah, hopefully. That's the goal, right? Also, if we can just, I mean, I'm fine. If we get a strong wick formation that recloses back low this inversion, that's also still high probability. Just because that means we're getting strong bearish wick, which is showing bearish sentiment. So yeah, ideally, we'd like to see this. That chart looks like I'm staring at the lights of heaven with the white background. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I like the white background. I like the simplicity of my charts. ICT made everybody comfortable trading the 1-minute time frame. I typically actually trade the 3-minute and 5-minute, but I've been enjoying the 1-minute recently with SMT. Alrighty, we'll see what happens here. So I'm now in with just 2 micros. I took 2 partials out, so about 50% of my original entry position here. We'll see what happens. GC retracing to some big imbalances here as well. Probably see a bearish continuation there. 398 reclose back low this inversion. See, hence why we didn't go break even yet. I would have gotten stopped out there. Market still looked like it had some bullish sentiment on that 3-minute fair value. Hence why. Yeah, 60K milestone is huge. Alrighty, looks like we might get taken out of the trade here, to be so frank. Back above this inversion, it's a failed inversion. We're probably going to get taken out here, but this will give me about, we'll see what happens. But if we get stopped out here, we'll be up about $140 an account, which is pretty solid regardless. Light size, so I can't complain. Probably going to get taken out here, though, because of this inversion. But hey, so far so good. I mean, it played out to the 1.5 that we wanted originally, but we'll see. We'll see. Wow, almost wicked out there. Almost wicked out by literally a centimeter by 0.5 points. We will see. Come on, drop. No, this probably isn't going to hold here. Based on this closure, we're going to get taken out on our final 2 here. But hey, risk has been managed accordingly. We took the partials. I'll take it. It'll be 137.50. Let me check after fees, but it should be about 137 on the accounts. Alrighty, that's going to be a takeout here, 100%. Alrighty, taken out now. Okay, well, the grand total for the accounts today, the MyFundeds are 137.40. All right, we'll take it. No complaints. We'll take it. 137.40. It's a winning trade. Risk was managed accordingly. I didn't move my stop to break even, which actually helped me a bit. We did end up getting taken out though. Did reverse because we failed this inversion. And also another big thing is we actually just rejected super heavily off of this 3-minute imbalance. The main reason why this trade was invalidated was we failed to close this 3-minute fair value, which is now sending the market higher. We're probably now going to trace back into this 3-minute fair value here, just following where these gaps in market lie. So stop out here. But the good news is we did take 2 partials. So we did actually manage our risk quite well, and it still took a winning trade. So we'll take it, man. I'm considering this a winning trade in my book. Should I have closed out upon the failed closure? Probably. I probably should have closed out here instead of getting a little greedy for that, but it's all good. It happens. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. On the 60K, we'll take it, man. On the 60K subscriber milestone hit, we'll take it, you know? Gold retracing now into that imbalance there. Silver continuing higher. We're about to form some SMT here, it seems. Yeah, we're going to form some major SMT at these highs with gold and silver. Ooh la la. Good trade, Leo. Thank you, Larry. Yeah, it does. It's looking like we're going to start seeing a seek and destroy profile with this type of movement. But hey, now imagine this, chat. It's going to reject off this fair value, and it's going to go all the way back down. It's going to reject off the fair value here, and we're just going to see it continued into my max draw here. Chances of that are still relatively high. We'll see. Not bad though, regardless for this trade. I mean, hey, one of my partials was taken out at 52 points. So I'll take it, man. No complaints on my end here. Time than price. Exactly. Alrighty, well, that's an invalidation on this segment, but that's okay. We took our winners where they were, and now we're going to step off of those. Silver, can't lie, not a lot of framework here for commodities for me. The only thing I do enjoy is this SMT that's formed at these lows. We do have a major SMT that has formed, pulling into a 15-minute imbalance too. Ooh, okay. Swept out that max draw. We do have this 15-minute fair value forming here too. See how we react to that, honestly. Because if we respect that, I mean, let's see what the 4-hour draws look like as well. Yeah, I just don't see gold going all the way to 48.54. It's going to form a wick here, though, on the 4-hour. This is the new 4-hour. 6-hour, what's the quarterly look like? Are you French, man? I am French. Je parle français. I am French. French and American. French and American. Quarterly as well looks very bearish on gold. Gold and silver look very bearish, especially because we validated a continuation sequence here with that retracement into the imbalance on silver. And that also, this right here, oh yeah, that's a gap fill SMT too. Okay, yeah, definitely still more bearish on commodities. Just don't have framework for me right now with this 4-hour movement. Framéricain, yes, French and American. Born in the US, but I do speak French. Just got my live account, finished my first day with a win. There we go, Nick. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. If you guys have any questions whilst we're just doing some market reading, don't hesitate to type them in chat. I'm here to answer questions. I'm in shorts for the IB. Yeah, don't look too bad. What's up, Zinc? Good seeing you. Alors, il y a quoi ici? On va voir. Yo, bonjour. Ah, on parle français aussi, c'est pas mal. IB time. It's time. We got Zinc on the IB, man. Zinc on the IB. I repeat. I'm not French, but I understand it very well. There we go. Love to hear it. Drum roll, please. Salut. Oh, we have Sacre Bleu. Oh my gosh. Do we have a couple French? Do we have some French people in chat? Bonsoir ici. Je m'appelle Ruminga. I don't know how to pronounce that. We speak broken French. Chat seems like for some reason now the whole chat just became fluent French speakers. Also, glad we got out when we did, man. Glad we got out when we did. Holy cow. Nothing beats a little 3-minute 60-point candle, anybody? 60-point candle, anybody? See, to go short now off the IB low seems more feasible, but this looks pretty mean, guys. I can't lie. It looks like I might have been wrong here. We might make the full recovery at this point. Not French, mais je parle français. I can tell you're jacked, or is it just your wide clavicles that make you look big? That's a crazy question. I'd say I keep myself physically fit, we'll say. That's for sure. Physical fitness is one of my favorite things to do. It's what keeps me consistent on and off the charts, guys. Physical fitness. I can't lie. Can't lie. I'm French. There we go. Congrats to the winners as well. We just got the Google form winners for the MyFunded accounts. Wow. Well, markets off this 3-minute fair value held, and it is making a quick recovery. It is making a quick recovery. Congrats to all the winners again for the MyFunded accounts. Boom, boom. There we go. 60K on the stream. We had a W pattern with a nice footprint to support the move up. This is true. Think, I don't know. IB here off this recovery looks a bit rough. I can't lie. This initial balance, I don't know. Nous parlons français. Now we have the whole chat speak. You guys all became fluent French within 30 seconds. It's crazy. We mentioned speaking French. You guys just immediately went insane. Do you suggest to take it slow after my first win for the day or keep trading? Nick, I would just close the account. We're almost out of the New York AM session and making our way into New York PM session. So there's no reason to keep trading, honestly. There we go, Morty. Google Translator, power of AI. You guys are funny. You guys are really funny. You make me laugh. This is great. Major SMT here. Look at this hourly SMT with gold and silver. Oof. Oh, là là, c'est pas mal ça. Major SMT here. Silver leading here. So on the hourly, we might get an hourly confirmation of this SMT here. This hourly closes strong. Oof. Canadian French. There we go. We have some people that learned French in high school. Very nice. All right, we'll keep the chat in English just to not confuse anybody. But anyways, started speaking other languages. No, I know it just went a bit obscene there. I can't lie. Yeah, wow. Active recovery there on the IB. Silver here looks strong to continue higher off this hourly SMT, hour and 4-hour SMT. No 6-hour, but that 4 and 1 hour SMT look mean on silver. Silver looks like it's just gonna make its debut. Look at that. Because that's also gonna be strong 30-minute SMT here as well. Yeah, super strong 30-minute SMT. That's gonna get confirmed on the 3-minute here. What does that look like? Oh yeah, that was already confirmed ages ago. Wow, that actually would have been a great trade. Take the 30-minute SMT. Off that higher time frame sweep as well, take the 30-minute SMT confirmed by the 3-minute here at the 10 o'clock open. Wow, and not a lick of drawdown, or like maybe a few seconds of drawdown, but almost a $3.60 move on silver. Yeah, I'm definitely not going short on indices, guys. Off that 3-minute fair value, this thing held. This thing really held aggressively. Like, share, and subscribe, guys. We did hit 60K, so don't hesitate to like the stream or subscribe if you haven't already. MyFunded is giving away accounts quite often. We've got all the accounts being given out. We've got a great community aspect, some fantastic moderators in chat as well. Shout out Abby in here, and also the MyFunded. We've got Magnus, everybody here, guys. You do ICT or mix of their strategies? I mainly trade ICT. I trade candle 2 sweeps or candle 3 continuation signatures through imbalances. So fair value gaps, breakers, change in states of deliveries, and SMT divergence. I know that might have seemed like a mouthful there, but you will catch it on some future segments as well, kind of how I approach these trades. As of right now, though, I can't lie. There we go. We're actually bouncing off the 50% of the IV move here, but like going short off that more feasible than the low, because right now markets are aggressive. Looks like we're going to make an active recovery into the 939 high. I did not think that was going to be feasible today, but we are actively making this recovery as we speak. Like off the low, market would need to retrace another 309 points, 1.27% to make our way back. 1.27% to make our way back, and it looks like we're gonna do that, which is obscene, absolutely crazy. Wow, silver had three bearish candles in this entire $4 move, basically. It's insane. Insane. GC here as well. Gonna inverse that fair value. 15 looks strong higher here. Wow, looks like markets, including NASDAQ. NASDAQ's gonna probably retrace a little. We formed such a big imbalance at the 1103 candle that I think we'll probably see retracement and then continuation into the 939 high. Not a lot of framework for me here, though. We took my one small winner, and I think I might just call that my trading day personally, based on what I'm seeing. I can't lie. I can't lie, chat. Do we have any questions in chat? Any questions, any comments? Don't hesitate to ask, guys. I love the questions. I love just hearing from all of you as well. Mozart, that's a great idea. Great idea. Once you think you're done for the day, lock the charts and focus on other things. Focus on other hobbies, go to the gym, go on a run, get that work you've been needing to get done. Get that little chore you've been pushing off for 3 weeks done. Okay. Have this major imbalance here. We'll probably see a continuation into the 939 high. Wow, that was unexpected. Off that 3-minute fair value, we were so close to this draw. So close to retracing that 1027 draw, but it was just too strong. It was just too strong. Use the fixed contract size. How much do you use for a 50K account? For myself, typically, I've built a decent buffer now where I'm able to size in a little more. That's the one thing that I love about building a buffer with funded accounts. Most of the time, though, like if I'm in eval or beginning funded phase, I risk about 200 to 250 per trade. But most of the time around 200 per trade. Blint, I'm confused by what you mean. In what sense? Would love some W. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Probably get a retracement here. I don't think we're going to go full short. That's for sure. That's a good point. I do actually say that a lot. No, I mean, I guess it's just a phrase that I say. We'll see. Yeah, honestly, not much framework here. Not much framework. Markets do look like they're going to trend higher. That also goes alongside commodities. If gold inverses this 15-minute, we'll probably see a continuation higher here off this SMT, because that'll also, if we inverse this fair value and close above 51.7590, that will confirm this SMT is true SMT, which in turn will give us probably a very good bullish sequence higher. NASDAQ here, definitely not looking to go short, because I mean, market was a little indecisive all morning, strong bearish move. Now we're seeing an active recovery into the highs. So I'm very much so less inclined to want to trade right now, especially because we are approaching the end of the New York AM session for myself. Typically my trade window ends at around the 11:30, which is my segment with you guys. That's a great question. Do I stream every day? Well, first of all, no, I stream on Tuesdays with MyFunded. So every Tuesday from 10:30 to 11:30, I hop on with the MyFunded streams. How do you avoid tilting? Biggest thing is set risk parameters on your account. You set like a daily loss limit, and if it hits, it auto locks your account for the day. Not enough people do that because then they're like, oh, but what if I took one bad trade and I take my stop? That just means that you oversized. You were oversizing in a position. The biggest way to avoid tilting is by setting risk parameters. Because you can tell yourself, I'm not going to tilt or whatever, but the second you don't have a defined hard stop is when it's so easy to go overboard and start to overtrade and oversize and blow your accounts. But if you validate yourself by creating some type of a stop, right? If you create a daily loss limit that auto locks your account, liquidates your position, and locks your account, that's going to build you the mental fortitude to be okay with not trading. It takes a bit, but try that for 7 days. Literally try that for 1 week or 2 weeks, and you will see your trading make a drastic change. So that is honestly one of my biggest words of advice to how to stop tilting, Jay. Yeah, I mean, there goes the continuation higher here. Wow. Not much else to say here, guys. That 3-minute fair value held. I'm just happy we walked away with 137 there on that trade, considering that market literally 9 minutes later shot up 60 points in one candle. Can't complain. Was that 60 points or more? On the 3-minute, more actually, 445 to 545. 100 points in a 3-minute candle, by the way, mind you. This is a 100-point 3-minute candle. That's obscene. Yeah, that's a good reason for me to stay off the charts. Jay, let me know if that made sense, though, for the how not to tilt. Yeah, we do have about 15 minutes left on the segment here before Myth and Bull hop on, one of my favorite segments on MyFunded. But in the meantime, we're seeing if we can frame something. Right now, I'm honestly very much so just watching to see what we do. If we can sweep out this high, then 939, that could be a potential short signature. But that'll also trace into the 4-hour fair value gap. How much do you suggest that daily stop be for 50K? I mean, I would typically limit yourself to 2 to 3 trades a day max. For me, I risk about $200 a trade. So for me, I mean, if you have a win rate over 50%, your daily loss limit should be like 400 max. And it'll auto lock out your account at a $400 loss. Like it'll auto liquidate your position and lock your account. That's what's worked with me when I was definitely starting to build consistency with futures as well, was a $400 hard stop. Tame Impala album on your wall. You know it. You know it. Got Tame Impala. Let me have some fun little stickers here on my wall too. 2 of them. The decorations are a bit slacking on my end here, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Silver trending higher, gold struggling to get above that fair value, NASDAQ really pushing here. YM is probably showing some relative strength here as well. Can we do that on Tradeovate? Absolutely, you can. Absolutely. You go into risk settings on Tradeovate and you do exactly that. Risk settings on Tradeovate, and you can put like a daily loss limit, and you can select what you want to do. And once it hits that daily loss limit, it'll auto stop you for that entire trading session. You can't trade. You can do that on trading. You can do that on Tradeovate. Guys, if you haven't already, though, make sure you guys fill out the MyFundedTV host and guest application. We have a link in chat. We would love to hear from you folks, have some guest appearances as well. So if you feel like, you know, you have a story you want to tell, or have a cool story to profitability, or even just want to hop on for the guest segment to explain, you know, your trading process, whatever, don't hesitate to fill out the application link that's in the YouTube channel right now. Wow, YM's strong here. YM's gonna probably sweep out the We are seeing a nice retrace here. Yeah, of course, Andy. Let's freaking go, everybody. Let's go. So yeah, also thank you all once again for 60K on the MyFunded channel. I know there hasn't been the craziest price action this stream, but thank you all so much for subscribing and supporting this stream. Like, it's insane. We hit 60K. 60K on the stream. I forgot, but I think when I joined this segment, we were at 53K subscribers. So pretty insane. Pretty insane, I can't lie. Any good chance for a trade yet? No, honestly, not on my end here. If I wanted to take a potential setup, I would probably grab YM. YM does look like the best framework for me right now in terms of my entry signature. Like, find this relevant draw here. Oops, not SMT. You want to do like validate a 3-minute continuation sequence. Thanks, Leo. You align W lie on MFTV. There we go. Roar King. Would you take continuations on GC? For me personally, I'm not interested in continuations on GC at the moment. GC is kind of consolidating within this fair value, so that's a reason for me to step off the chart and not trade that. We found Leo's emoji. Yeah, Leo the lion. There we go. The lion emoji. I love that. Son of Wall Street. I appreciate it. Back in September or October, MFFU was at 20K subs. The channel's blowing it fast. I know. 100K soon, I'm telling you. Now when Leo comes on, we spam lions. I'm a fan. I'm not going to complain. You guys are funny. Yeah, so here once again, like, how do I think a good question for you guys is, how do I filter out when I'm going to trade and when I'm not going to trade? For me, typically when I look for a trade position, I like to spot external draws or very relevant draws that we can see met. When the draws are unclear, or if we've already swept out 1 to 2 major draws on liquidity during a session, most of the time that signals to me that we're either going to have a choppy session, like we're going to start barcoding if we swept out 2 or more major draws, or we'll see a slow continuation in one section, in one direction. So like if we have a bearish manipulation, sometimes we'll see bearish manipulation followed by bullish distribution, which is a classic manipulation distribution sequence. And so how do I filter out whether or not I'm trading that is whether or not we've already swept out a major draw. Like right now, we've swept out 2 major draws on NASDAQ and are making our way back into those relevant highs. So for myself, this gives me less reason to want to trade this market, because market is being a little more indecisive. Like, we can anticipate where trend is going to go, but because we literally saw a 100.3-minute candle now, we know that there's a little bit of unknown volatility in market that's going to make me want to step away from the charts right now, right? I'm not inclined to want to take that position. The position I would rather take is find an imbalance, find an area where market has a gap, use that gap to then frame a continuation sequence. Like right now, what I'm seeing is that we have this retrace into this 3-minute imbalance. If we close now above this, this will signal a continuation signature. And so for myself, I would probably take this long signature here, stop at the protected low here, which is a 61-point stop, and target this main high. So right now, like if we actually get this closure, I actually will probably grab this YM trade. But honestly, this is one of the things that I want to see, is I want to frame continuations. If I don't have, or if we've already swept out a relevant draw, I like to look for continuation sequences. If there's no continuation sequences, then there's no probable cause for me to enter in a market scenario. That becomes a hands-off or a tradeless session for myself. Also, it looks like YM is going to validate this continuation sequence. So I'm going to put, I'll enter market or limit here. See how we pull on this closure. See YM now definitely looking like it's going to take out the draw. We'll see what happens on this retracement. So that's what we're looking for right now. YM's probably going to continue higher here. Hey, I'm fine. I mean, on the copy traded accounts, guys, I'm pretty solid. 137. It's not a huge day for me, but it's definitely a winning day, right? And so I'm not going to complain by that by any means. See whether or not we trace into this limit, and then we'll get filled. It'd be micro YM as well. I need volume and liquidity. Is it because are you scalping? Wall Street, are you scalping trades, or how does that look? Looks like we're gonna get in on a trade here right before the end of the segment. Okay, the fill here on MNQ was on 48.12. Alrighty, we did just get filled light size on this here on YM right at the end of the segment. Little teaser for you guys. I'm just in this with 2 MYM, so this is very small size once again. See if we can clear the $200 day and lock out here, but nice retrace here. Wait, sorry. Averages on the 14. There we go. That was my fill, was on the 14. Stop at this low here, targeting this high. Many times I agree reversals at 3M. With 3M, reversals are very solid. Very, very solid. I'm a big fan. We'll see what happens with MYM here. I'm going to move this out just here while we look at some other stuff. Just let that play out. Silver is still continuing higher. We confirmed that SMT and just started rocketing. Wow. We are just moving. Looks like this 935 is going to be the relevant draw for today. Pro account promo, new users 50% off and existing users 30% off the pro accounts on MyFunded, guys. Just saying. Alrighty, we are at 229 likes in the segment. In the next 4 minutes, how feasible do you think it is we can get 21 more likes and make it 250 likes before Bull and Myth come on? How feasible do you think it is? What do we think, chat? Is that feasible to get us to 250 on the stream? Wow, silver is rocketing higher. Hey, so far, one winning trade on the stream, and now we're currently on this YM. We'll get the full fill here if it taps into the IC like this. That'd be the ideal. Alrighty, we will see. 300 likes. Do you think that's feasible? I think we can get 21 likes. So I think it's very feasible for us to get 17 more before 250. I think we can do it before Bull and Myth come on. We've got a good segment coming in here shortly in about a few minutes here. 3 minutes until their segment as well. I'm really liking, yeah, wow. I mean, market was, I won't lie, for me personally, this is a slightly lower probability market sequence for me. We saw that because typically I like to see a clean New York AM session open that we then can trade a 10 o'clock continuation or a 10 o'clock reversal. Here we saw a very indecisive 930 with slight bear sentiment, but the bear sentiment didn't come until 10 o'clock. So we really were playing kind of a 10 o'clock continuation, but off of a very non-aggressive New York open here. Like we created this SMT, literally retraced the entire move that we made right at the 936 and then slowly continued lower after that. So not a lot of very strong movement for me to want to position myself into shorts here, which is why I was very happy once we swept out that relevant draw that we took this this continuation lower back into it. That 3-minute fair value did take us out on those final 2 micros, but nonetheless, I'd still say this was a very solid trade, just less of a high probability scenario, aka market scenario for myself from today's stream. So for myself, honestly, we'll probably see how this YM plays out, and I'll just be locking out at around $137 profit per account, which not a crazy big day for me, but once again, guys, that's part of the game, right? Some days you're going to have big days, some days you're going to have losing days, some days you're not going to have days, period. You're going to be break even on the day. And then other days you're going to have some very small red days or larger red days. It's all part of the process, right? So can't complain too much here. I'm quite content with how this segment played out and was honestly super happy. Can we get in chat as well? What did we think of Pine Tree? I thought Pine Tree was fantastic. Very thorough, very relatable trader, just a fantastic individual. And that being said too, in about a minute here, we're going to have Bull and Myth coming on for the next segment, starting here in about a minute. So without further ado, guys, in a bit here, we'll get them on the stream. But just to summarize, here we are in this YM trade, looking for longs into the New York Open high. And once again, thank you for 60,000 subscribers on the stream. You guys are absolutely amazing. You guys are always showing up to the segments, asking me some great questions, making me feel like I'm in my second home right now. So I appreciate it a lot, everybody. Thank you all so much for the continued support on these streams and for hitting 60,000 on MyFunded. You all are going to be here for the journey when MyFunded hits 100K. But anyways, guys, much love to all of you. Thank you all for letting me tune in for another fantastic segment, and I will catch you all in the very, very next stream. So thank you so much, everybody. Have a great rest of your Tuesdays, and let's go enjoy Myth and Bulls session. See you, everybody. Have a good one.
Charts go insane, you know, legend just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her, stops freeze and profits obey when these two trade.
Good morning. What up?
Good morning.
How was your day?
Well, it's interesting. I thought that we were probably going to sweep the Asia low and bounce. And somehow I took 2 red trades, but I'm back. I just kind of got it back on this little bounce. So that was fun. I tried the bounce a little too early. Did not nail the spot.
Hey, it happens.
ES did sweep a little bit lower than possible. I think if I'd been watching NASDAQ more closely, it would have been easier, but I do favor the ES, and ES just did not work out right. How was your morning session?
I dug a little bit of a hole on a long as well, and then was able to get it back. So we are green on every account.
It was hard to find that spot.
Yeah, the orb was the pre-orb was tricky today because effectively it pushed out. And then it actually came back in within 3 minutes, but I had already given up on it because it pushed out so far. And then it literally wicked right back inside it and then ripped higher. So it would have paid, but you know, I was okay with skipping it. Like, you don't have to catch it every time. So
the 15-minute orb was pretty frustrating too. So according to my rules, it stopped out at break even. I did cheat and exit early because I couldn't stand it. It got so close to target and then was putting in a perfect little 5-minute bottoming. And I was like, I got to go long. So I closed it out, which was a good call. So I'm kind of looking at some different ways to trail that there at the end. I haven't figured it out yet, but
you had to make some shekels on it. You had to get a few bucks in on it. Let's go.
I just had to. It was right there. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's really doing this like 5 points from where it's supposed to be.
I'm just looking for a little scalp long here. I think we run the opening print. I am buying pretty deep in premium here, but it's okay. I don't see how we don't kind of run back up and run that opening print. We could pull back into this imbalance down here at the 540s, but I kind of expect us just to hold and go here, but maybe we don't. I don't know.
We are at VWAP, so that'll be one thing to watch. And we're at the previous day low on ES. I think we're above that on NASDAQ. NASDAQ's doing a different thing today. But I have the previous day low at 67.6850. And I did mark that level. We had a level over there kind of last time we were trading down in this area. And it was just a couple ticks lower. So I adjusted that level up to that low that we put in pre-market yesterday.
We did take an ES trade today. We longed 42 and we covered at 47. 5
that
points.
Is pretty quick.
One mini. So
how did that feel though? You like it?
Yeah, that was actually the trade that got me back to green.
So
let's go. We were down. I was down like 220 before that. We took a $250 win, $250 winner there. So
did you have the same problem where like you kind of felt the long was coming, but just didn't nail the spot?
Not really. I this morning at open, I got long. I don't really remember why I got long. And no, I actually got burned on a short because I kind of shorted a little too late, and it hit my first target. I did not go break even on the short. That's what it was. I didn't go break even, and then it ended up squeezing me out of the position for about a $350 loss. So
I had some mismanagement this morning too. Sometimes you just need a reminder to follow your own rules, right?
bang, let's go. Yeah, you do need a reminder occasionally. Nice little
Ooh,
winner
that was
there.
a nice pop there.
There we go. Up $264 on this account now on the day. And total balance,
Nice.
we are up $1,921. So we're about $1,000 away from passing this account. Let's go. Let's go. So yeah, I didn't feel bad about my trades because like overall bias was correct. I just listen, the NASDAQ did what it does. I talked about it this morning on my stream.
Yeah.
All this in here is just to take people out. It's just to get people out. Then once it took everybody's money and got everybody out, we had a little bit of a bear flag here and it just broke. Then it swept the relative equal lows that we had down here at 448 and then swept the overnight low at 360, 380, wherever it was. So that's all it did. It just manipulated, trapped you, made you take a loss, and then went without you.
NASDAQ was throwing me off even trying to trade ES earlier because when ES went through that pre-market low, NASDAQ was so far above it. So I was thinking over NASDAQ, we're going to get the reversal early. Tech's holding, NASDAQ's holding. We're just getting it early. But then it kept going. But then the next kind of setup was when NASDAQ did actually sweep that low. It was really frustrating waiting for that, though. Basically, we got the good setup later than expected.
Yeah, and I was kind of watching here on this higher low situation. I talked about the higher low. I was like, you know, we kind of put in a low here. We started to push back up, put in a higher low. I was thinking if we kind of cleared this wick here that we could take off. And I scalped up to this wick. And I didn't hold anything long term because like, here's the thing. A couple of the trades this morning, I was up 25 points, 35 points, 40 points. And I didn't take any profit because I was going for like a bigger move. And ended up getting stopped out. So then I switched over to the scalping. So Deba, of course I had my breakfast. Come on, what do you think this is? Deba says I look kind of weak today. Is my jawline not what it's supposed to be?
We can't see your jawline.
Is it not what it's supposed to be? Well, or what are you saying because of my beard?
Yeah.
The next level up on the ES, I think ES pushes up into the 6808. I think that's going to be the key area. Do we get above that? Do we reject there? Kind of be what
it'll be interesting up there. I saw some really crazy high targets if this thing wants to squeeze, like even up to 6840.
Well, right now we're almost back to 50% of the range. We got the midnight open up there at 811 as well on the NASDAQ. So let's just kind of see what can happen. We're still at discount technically of the overall range from overnight, which was a pretty big range, right? We just kind of we sold off. Where was the open at? I don't even remember. Do I have the open here? There it is. Yeah, so the overnight range was quite big, 500 points, over 500 points actually. 630 points was the overnight range. That is pretty insane, huh? Yeah,
it was it was over 150 points on ES, I think too. It was a lot. That was the other thing I was thinking. So I was kind of second guessing things because of that big range, because then I was thinking, the market just wants to chill a little bit. I do think that's why we got weird price action this morning, is it was still some of that digestion while we were having high volume. But today was the patient trade was the way to go.
Yeah, if you got a great entry, you had the ability to hold it. I mean, it was all about the entry. My entries weren't great, so that's why I got squeezed on a couple of them. Also, not to mention, I went in 3 micros where I normally go in 1, that sort of thing. So, guys, we only got 242 likes. We got 268 viewers. Let's push these likes up to 300 if we can. So,
wow. What do you mean if we can? What's this if we can?
We can do it. Wild Deuces just said he just realized that I was wearing a trooper hat. Yeah, indeed, I was. We got a couple of options here. We got the black, we got the all black, gamble, and we got the the trucker hat with the black and the white. Let's go. So, yeah, longtime Trooper fan. Been watching him for approximately 10 years. So, try to support when I can.
Bushido Trades gets me.
Yeah. Are you an American or an Americant?
Yeah, we gotta have that can-do attitude.
Izzy Lizzy, hit the freaking like button, guys. We also had a tremendous milestone today. We hit 60,000 subscribers, so thank you guys for that. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I play poker. Yep, we play poker all the time. At 70,000 subs, Myth's got to take the hat off. Well, maybe, Michael. We might could work that out. So.
Usually I have lots of hats in here. I think I only, you know which ones I have handy? I've got
the cowgirl hat for sure.
I've got the Barbie one. Oh. And then I've got the old school. Do y'all remember the tinfoil hat?
There we go.
That one's the best.
Let's go. But yeah, obviously for another trade, I'm going to need a pullback here. Did ES run the 930 open? Nope, not yet.
I was thinking even down to VWAP, that's where we wicked down. So we kind of already did, may not get that opportunity again, but the previous day low was right there too. That's when you were taking that long. You were already in that.
Yeah, I'm looking for like the touch of the 21 EMA. One of the touches here, since we flipped, we've not touched the bigger EMAs yet, the 21 or the 50.
You want some deeper action.
So yeah, a little bit. I'm a little sad that we did not hit 60,000 subscribers during Tom's segment, Tom and Terry, because Tom had a dance planned. I don't know if you guys knew, but he had on like he was going to be able to rip off his shirt and his pants in one motion like a basketball player, and then he had a little jiggle planned. You got that outfit too, right? I do got one of those, yeah. But he just, unfortunately, it didn't hit during his segment, and I didn't see Leo doing any kind of dance. What's the deal? So, he's gonna dance tomorrow. All right, we'll see. Well, I see your dance too. Can you get your outfit ready for tomorrow? I don't know if I can do it. But Tom, the nice thing about Tom, it would have been like spur of the moment, right? It wouldn't have been planned, just spur of the moment. So that type thing. Michael wants to see Barbie dance. Listen, Tom, special channel. Tom owes me a lot of things because I've beat him in a trading contest before, and he was supposed to get in his monkey suit and get in the hot tub and stream from the hot tub, and he did not. So he owes a lot of stuff. He's supposed to shave his back one time. All the things. I was going to help with that. So the barber shop. There's a form. Yeah, we got to get the form. Let's fill it out while you can, guys. Jump in there. Get in these giveaways. But yeah, I was a little sad. I was a little sad about the opening range. If you look right here, you can see how, we pushed out pre-market. We retested 1 minute before market open. If this candle happens 1 minute later, I'm in it. But that initial push up there is 121 points inside of the first 2 minutes. We pull back. The trick about that trade, isn't it? Yeah, we directly test it one more time, and then it pushes out 158 points. But so this was within the 3 minutes, but I just, after it goes 100 points, are you really willing to take it a second time? It's just too scary. So, and the trade is 4 for 4 in the last 2 weeks when it breaks out pre-market. That's, I didn't really test that in my back testing, but man, it's annoying. Worth testing, huh? Yeah, maybe. Is anybody speaking right now? I heard that Trump was supposed to be speaking, and the market's getting a little twitchy here. It wouldn't surprise me. He likes to come on at lunchtime. Look at that right there. We are getting very twitchy. Very, very twitchy. I don't see anything yet. I'm looking. It might want to run through the opening print here. ES still got a ways to go. I'm tempted to jump in here, to be honest, but I'm not going to. I don't see how we don't run this wick here. We should. It should. It looks like he has meetings and lunches right now. I don't think we're worrying about Trump right now. Cheesy balls made it.
How's that account? I hope it's green.
Deba Deep's offering to dance. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he could do it. I don't know. This is making Trev's eyes twitch. Oh, so ES swept the high there. Again, I don't see how NASDAQ doesn't sweep the high here. I mean, like if I was being hyper aggressive here, I'd just jump in.
I know, I was kind of tempted to too, but once I saw kind of that VWAP sweep, I was like, oh, that was probably it. I mean, I still think we have some squeeze targets overhead, which is what. Oh, yeah, it's wanting to go for that. We have the previous week's low up there at 68.28. This big move lower has just left all these targets for when we want to pop up. I mean, we got 68.45 is the target. This is a modified floor pivot. Some of these old school traders watch 68.45.
Well, look at what we were talking about yesterday, right? We were talking about this yesterday. I think I mentioned it. We mentioned it a time or two on here, how we were just stuck in between these two pools of liquidity. We had the 410 area, right? So we finally, you can see 1 run down, 2 run down, 3 runs down, 4 runs down. We finally took the 410 area out. So now the only thing you have left, you have all that liquidity, all these unfilled gaps back to the upside. So you still have the relative equal highs at the 25.099. So now I would kind of lean towards us pushing back up into the 25,100. Not saying that's going to happen today because that's quite a big move, but over the next day or two, I could kind of see us maybe getting back up into that level. Maybe we retouch 25,000 today, potentially. Who knows?
Be nice.
But when you have a bigger, you typically like when your overnight range is 500 points, you can kind of expect a similar move during New York for the most part, unless it runs, especially if it runs like key liquidity, which it did. So we're no longer kind of like stuck inside. But ES is almost reaching up for that 68.08 here. It's at 68.03.
Yeah, we gotta watch this right here. I'm watching the 05, but I really think I think we're gonna start squeezing.
Yeah, I want to see the reaction at 68.08 here. If we just push right through there, that will be very, very interesting. And you got the midnight opening up there at 811. It's still almost 100 points away. Now, if you're an initial balance trader and you like to just take the retest, this could be a decent retest entry at 61. You could take this with a 10-point stop, but your ATR is 40. So it might be a bit too tight, but we'll see.
A little tight for you there.
A little too tight. But you can see ES tap 68.08 there, already a 5-point pullback off that level. I think that it's going to need a little bit of a pullback. Maybe we retest even 90, 67.90 here potentially on a pullback and see if we can kind of get the bounce from there.
What I've noticed this morning, I made this comment this morning, I don't think I've brought it over to this stream yet, is that yesterday there was some buying. There's always buying when we're dipping. But this, like pre-market, there was a lot more buying than there was before. And then even when I saw at the end of last week. And so that's what was making me favor this sweep the lows and then bounce thing. I think we're actually getting that follow through for a change. So we might finally be getting something interesting going. We've had a really wide range because of this stuff. I mean, what do you think? We'd have to get pretty high. Yeah,
we got a lot of room to go here.
But I really do think that they can test all the way up to those into the 40s and still I mean, we're still in a downtrend, but you can satisfy all of those buyers getting back into that range.
I'm going to take the IB retest here just for 10 points with a 10-point stop. Very, very tight stop. Small size, 1 micro. This is effectively a 50-50 trade. I think the win rate on it, it's like 55%, just a direct retest. So might win, might lose. I do like that we kind of have the 9 EMA down here, and it's sitting inside of a bit of a imbalance there. So we'll see. But here's the thing.
Working on holding the 6,800 on ES.
Yeah, ES pulled back there to the 96 level. I'd like to see ES kind of hold 95 potentially, but I wouldn't be surprised if it pulls back into the 90 area. See if we get a little bounce here off this level. Stop is very tight in relation to the ATR, so this could just get wrecked right away. And look at that. It did not tag me in. That's so rude. That's rude. All right, I'm taking it off now. I mean, like, I can't leave it on there now. It missed me by 1 tick on that limit order. Sometimes trying to be precise will you'll be a little too precise, right?
Yeah.
And you'll just get missed. But that's all right. The
That's something I
idea,
like about futures, though, coming over from options, is you can't be precise at all. So we can at least get closer with futures.
so there's the ES kind of pulling back there. It's saying, what is the open price? What does it mean there on the open? I don't understand that. Is that the 930 open? Are we already at the...
Well, the open from overnight was way up, like 80 something. Was it 80?
I don't know why I got an open price here on my chart.
The regular, we are at, well, no, we're above. This chart's a
60.
mess. Let me go look at this other one.
So 68.88. I don't know why
Yeah,
it's
that
showing
was-
that.
That's our open because we open at 5 o'clock or, whatever time it is Eastern last night.
Yeah, I
6
don't know
o'clock.
why it's showing wrong on my chart. That's why I don't like using those indicators sometimes. What up, Eric? You demand to apologize, NQ, on behalf of MIF. Okay. Yeah, it was pretty rude. Here, like the retest you can maybe take, but we talk about the second and third test. I mean, they're not going to be as good, right? So I'm not willing to take a little retest here. Now, it didn't make a new high, so a retest still could work. But it's so scary taking the second test of a level. I'm not a huge fan.
I think they're gonna go to try to push it through the 6805, 6808. And then if we get through that, we're probably looking into the 20s.
You got a bull flag here on the 1 minute chart for the ES. Looking like it might just want to go. I'm okay with taking a few more scalps here. We are up, what are we up on this account? I say 264. It is a pretty solid day. Ideally, I like anything over $200. You know, if we can get over $200 on an account, I'm pretty happy with it. But ES does kind of got that bull flag look, retesting the 95 there. Maybe one more push lower here to kind of clean this up, and then maybe a move higher. Let's kind of see what we get.
Yeah, I'm not gonna short it up here. Let's put it that way.
Rapid plan, guys, 20% off with the profit split of 90-10 for the new and existing accounts. Use code YouTube. Daily payouts, no activation fee. 100K max payout request. Promo is extended. Let's go. We are going to get some winners here in a bit, guys. Some winners. We'll have one X winner and then some form winners as well. I am tempted to take the long here.
I'm already in it.
I'm tempted to take it, but
I didn't want to interrupt you, but yeah, when we were holding down there.
we got the little bull flag working there on the ES.
I had a small morning now, so I gotta try to see what I can do. I gotta trail this too, though, to protect that account. So we'll see.
All right, I'm going to get in now here. ES just closed, kind of confirming the bull flag there.
Right.
So I'm going to look for a little scalpy. I forgot I got to stop on there.
The 6805, 6808 is where I'm looking. I'm hoping it can blast through there because then I can get a nice trail going.
I think that actually I might move this up to like 706. Actually, let's go 708. Let's go for 20 points here. I think it's reasonable. Squeeze back above the whole number here. We should move quickly.
Wait. Did we have an X winner?
Did I miss it? Make the announcement. I don't know. I don't see it. I might have missed it. Got to get back through the whole number here. Back through the whole number. Stop. We'll go to break even here. I'm just looking for a nice squeeze. I don't want to see it stall at all.
Rocky says Trump is speaking. I don't know where Trump is speaking, so we'll have to, I guess, pay attention to that. But when we get through this 05s, I'm trailing hard, so it's all, that kind of.
I might go break even if he's speaking because this is getting a little twitchy.
Kashkari.
$68. I guess we're risking 20 points here. It's fine.
It says he's in a bilateral lunch. Oh,
We'll go.
don't stop me out, bro.
Yeah, I may add into this if we get a little bit of a sweep lower, but I'm going to go break even back above 700 here for sure. I kind of already missed the ad, I think. I think it pulled back into the 75 there already.
He's not having a press conference, though, is he? This is like a walk by kind of deal. I don't know. I'm cool. I got this trailed, so I just want to get through the 6805, 6808. Otherwise, it's going to come down and stop me. But I mean, this is looking real good right now. I like it.
Come on. The market's been kind of dirty to me today.
Just don't come back, and we're good.
I mean, look at how that was 2 ticks away from my take, or 1 tick from my take profit. My take profit was literally set. No, 2 ticks. 708.25. It went to 707.
I still see a big boy target up there at 68.45. So I'm trying to protect this account, but I want to go for a big target.
68.75.
45.
Oh, okay.
68.45.
I just didn't want to be too unreasonable right there.
Too unreasonable, I know.
So Trev is saying the White House on YouTube is where you can see him speaking. Okay. But yeah, that kind of sucks. It stopped us out. Now it's going to go. But I mean, like, I don't know. I picked the 08 level there. I mean, just 2 ticks off. I don't think going break even there is unreasonable, especially when I'm just looking for a scalp. Maybe I should have stuck with my 10 points because it definitely would have gotten that. So very rude today to me. Very rude. Let me pull it up and see if I can't find Trump. I'm going to look. Let's take a look. See if we can find him. Doesn't mean we're going to listen to him.
I'm in it for the squeeze. See if we get a squeeze still.
All right. Yeah, he's having some sort of, this is some sort of like a, I'd call it like a round table type meeting. So I don't know who he's talking to, but I don't know.
Kashkari, apparently.
Oh, Kashkari. I was like, I don't know any of these people.
It says he's in a bilateral lunch.
I don't see any food involved. They need some Chick-fil-A or something over there.
They're consuming words. I thought he likes like Burger King. That makes sense. That's on brand. They've got crowns.
I actually went to Burger King the other night to get the kids some food, and they were like, "Would you like any crowns?" And it was just me in the car. I'm like,
"Yep,
no, I don't want any crowns."
You can bring them home. They don't have to be in the car.
Exactly. It's not a lunch without food. Not a lunch without food. Losing a little steam up here. Failure to make a new high is going to be a bit alarming. For the ES and the NASDAQ. Right now, kind of a lower high here. Let's see if it can't squeeze back through there. Helpful always takes a crown. Kashkari's also speaking somewhere else. Oh, he's cloned.
Okay.
He's cloned. He's in 2 places at once. Potentially.
Either way, I'm trailed. I'm happy. I really wanted to stay over 6,800. My trail's in the 6790s, but I want to see a big move off of this. I got some small moves earlier, even though I mismanaged. I got the account back where at least my boo-boo's forgiven for today. So let's see a squeeze.
If you can get above the high, you got the.
Is this too tall an order right now?
That's it.
Let's see.
We got top of the hour coming up in 1 minute. Hey, we got some winners coming out, guys. Pay attention here. Get ready. Get off the toilet. Make sure you got your phone with you. Get ready.
Put your earbud in if you're in a meeting.
Yeah, because we're about to announce the winners. And let's see who it is. I'm going to tell you who it's not going to be. Let me call out some names. It's not going to be. No, I'm just kidding. I never do that to you guys. I would never. So. All right, here we go back down to 75. That's kind of a little bit of a scary drop here. Lower high.
Yeah, we want above 6,800 on ES for my squeeze. Obviously.
We might look to stab one more time here. I'm not moving my profit target this time, though. It's 10 points or nothing.
I'm squeeze or nothing, so.
Back above 72, I think I'm going to jump in. I'll try my best NQES. I'll give you the best that I can do. Top of the hour here. Woo! Getting a little something. All right, Google winners: Melvin 1088, NQES. Man, that's crazy. Q Mendez, V Gabor the Hun, Kenry, K3 Enroy. Are you here? Oh,
Declare yourselves.
I kind of missed my entry when I was watching that there. X winner is, I missed the X winner, the GOAT NQ. All winners are present. Let's go.
Wow, good job.
That was crazy that MMNEQES745 called his own win. I don't know.
It never happens.
I messed up his name, so I just added some numbers to it.
Sounded like one of those Amazon brands.
Yeah, I had no choice. Had no choice there. All right, I missed my entry, guys. I wanted to get long at like 80, like 81, 82, and I'm long from 88. That's okay. That's all right.
It's getting a little dangerous for my stop too. Hopefully it can get its act together.
We're going to add here and go for 84. Let's get our 10 points in place. 10 points in place. Could get a little dangerous here. A little dangerous.
Yeah, I'm feeling like I'm in danger. This is giving me flashbacks to this morning, trying to bounce stuff.
Yeah, I think it's okay. As long as we kind of hold 60 here, I think we'll squeeze right back up. No big deal.
Oh, I was just really close to getting stopped out. How low did we get on ES?
Right
I'm
there
on the
to
micros,
91.75.
No, we went to 92 on the ES. Maybe it was on. I'm at 91.
Oh, you're right there then.
So I'm in danger. But I'm not going to go back right on this account today. So
I think a little push back up here, a little squeeze, if you will, is probably in order. Let's see.
Yeah, big squeeze.
We'll see how this candle closes. If it closes pretty bearish, I'll be out, but let's see.
I think we can't squeeze until we get the likes up. Is that what the problem is?
Probably is. We probably need 300 likes to squeeze. Come on, guys, help us out. 300 likes to squeeze. I don't even know where we're at. The wee wops here every day. We must be close to the 300 because we're squeezing.
I am staying dangerous so far, Larry. That was very dangerous. I feel much better with the up here. We got to get over 6,800 though. That was my happy spot.
Get me back through that 9 EMA and we're hanging out.
Off to the races?
Yeah.
What I would like to do is I've got that big crazy level I'm looking up there, 68.45. I don't know what I called it earlier, but that's what I was meant to call it. I just want to trail and see how close I can diamond hands to that one.
I'm going to diamond hands to a 10-point winner, maybe.
Otherwise, it's about to come back out and stop me again. Can't get too excited here.
We only got 259 likes, too. That's why it's stalling.
I'm telling you. We can't get the market to move without the likes. We need the energy, you guys. Like, didn't you see like the elf? You need the Christmas spirit. We need the market spirit. I'm not going to sing though.
The sleigh wouldn't go anywhere without the spirit. So not a great close on that candle there, to be honest.
No.
Come on, Trump, say something. Get us the pump. Say those magical words.
Oh, it got me on that one. You still in?
Yeah, I don't have a stop right here, so it's all mental.
I was not going to let that account go red. Or yeah, so I had to. That trade was not going red for me. That was my stop was based on the trade not going red instead of the chart. But I did still want it to hold the 6,800 too.
Should be able to. I mean, I would think if we get a close above the 9 here, we can get to squeeze. So let's see. 1 minute and 11 seconds left on this candle. Back to above my entry would actually be a long trigger for me anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure would. There we go. So that would be a long trigger there for me anyway. So that's a good sign. See if it can squeeze on through there. Just looking for 10 points here. Nothing crazy. 10 points. Actually, 10 points in 1 tick. There we go.
That thing did me dirty.
You had a stop on. I mean, I don't know what that is. What's a stop loss? What's a stop loss?
If we break this bull flag, I might have to hop back in.
All right, we're now up $300.88 on that account, and $1,958 overall. So let's go. Getting closer. Getting closer. Oh, the methodical bull monster with a human head. I don't know what that is. You got me, cartoon. You got me there.
Michael, are you no stop loss gang?
So
I don't trust myself to hit the close button all the time.
Well, I will. I would have. Now, what would have caused me to close this trade? Let's talk about it. What would have caused me to close the trade? I don't know why my screen's not.
Because that is the thing. Like, if you have a mental stop, you have to be real committed to it.
This is exactly what I was watching right here. So I said I wanted to see how the 2-minute candle closes. So as long as we hold this bullish PD array here, we got the protection of the EMAs. If the candle closed below here, I would expect us to maybe run down to this wick. So at that point, I would close the trade. But since it did not close below and we just wicked through it, then I felt comfortable holding the trade. So that's part of the reason why I held it. If we are still truly bullish, you want to see these bullish PD arrays kind of respected, right? So that one was respected, although it was tested. Now you want to see this thing get back above the high. We're kind of building out a little flag here on the 5-minute chart as well. It's not pretty, but it's there. So there we go. And
are we going to do it?
It's one of those things where, like, could you wait for a little deeper pullback on the longs? Yes, but on days like this where, like, you know, you feel like you got a target to the upside, I think we're going at least to that midnight open up there to 811s, potentially. You know, you just kind of buy the dips until it's until you're told otherwise, until the market says something
and don't
different.
get your stop in the way.
Yeah, just buy the dip, hold it, you're good to go. But here's the thing, though. I mean, like, so far since we hit that 6808 on ES, it's lower high, lower high, lower low. So
I wanted to go back and retest that a lot faster.
You think about it, if we get back below this low now, we're probably going to run a couple of these, maybe even come back down, rebalance the 5-minute gap that's lower, potentially. That would be almost like if you pull back into the 540s, that'd be about a 50% pullback of this entire push up here. Or so. Let me check it. So it's a 375 point push up. Yeah, it puts you back in discount almost. So of the of this leg here. So, and I mean, we did just hit the midpoint.
Is that how you do the premium discount? Is every time we put in a big swing leg like that, you make a new one?
Yeah. So I measure this leg, right? If I'm looking for a pullback long, well, we just measure this leg and then we can just mark out OTE. What gap is sitting in discount of this leg? This gap is. So if we're looking from, you know, from a perspective, a fib perspective, then do you just long this gap when price pulls back here? No, you start looking for a long entry out of this gap. So either, you know, an inversion or something, some sort of entry model out of this gap. I wouldn't just blindly long it. And the reason I don't blindly long these gaps is because I have no idea if this gap's going to hold. I have no clue. So this is the safest point probably to long from. If we get back through this gap, we're probably making new lows. But I wouldn't be shocked to see us kind of push back down into this area. So Now, do I always use my entries like that? No, of course not. Of course not. But, because obviously I'm buying up here at the highs, which is very, very dangerous. It's very dangerous to do. So we kind of got a little, not great. We got a little short-term trend line here. We're approaching. The 2-minute is now about to close below this gap. So if we can close below this gap, we break this, then I think we probably come back down and rebalance the 540s. I'm not shorting it here, though. If we could pair this with an SMT or something, then that might make more sense, get a little more high probability. But I'm not shorting this. Because I always ask myself, does it have to come back down here and balance this gap? No, it doesn't have to. It already left this gap, and it already made a new high, so it doesn't have to come back here. So it could. It could. I don't know. Buy high, sell low, Rob. That's the secret formula. Man, I've been telling you for years. That's all you got to do.
Rules.
It's all you got to do. So
We are back just below where I got stopped out a little bit ago too. I'm gonna watch this 88 area, see if we bounce that. That looks like a spot there.
are you considering a re-entry potentially?
Yeah. But yeah, they're trying to hold the 88.
I would say if we close above 67.95, I think that you could take a long there on ES with a very short stop at the swing. So it'd be very low risk trade. And you could even target 68.10. Really, really good R. That would be like a 2 or 3 R there.
I like that 95 spot there too.
Yeah, I think that could be an interesting spot to kind of take along. And we are at this trend line here, and ES is also at the trend line as well. It's holding it for now.
Mm-hmm.
So you still kind of got kind of the same setup on both ES and NASDAQ right now. So
I love that. That hasn't been happening today.
yeah, for sure. ES may have a little bit lower to go, maybe a little lower here, 85s. But I'm going to be a little careful with any kind of shorts. I mean, could they work? Maybe they could. So it's one of those things, we talk about this too. We get off the stream, and then next thing you know, it's back down to the lows when you come back to the chart. Exactly, Rob. With Trump talking, I really don't love taking entries. I mean, because he could say anything. He could say tariff, whatever. I don't know what he's talking about, but he could say literally anything. I do have him pulled up, but I have him muted.
Yeah, I think he's pretty into Iran right now.
Hold on, let me ask him a question right now. I'm going to say, is Bull Barbie on your radar, Trump? Yes or no? What do you think he'd say? 100%. Bull Barbie is the greatest. We should have one of those AI things create some Trumpisms,
Yeah.
Tom Sabo is the worst trader.
They need Trump AI, period. Where is that? I'll sign up for that one.
I don't know if you guys heard, Max just let out a little bark. So
He likes that idea. Trump AI, let's go.
it could be long. Is it long or short, Max? I'm not quite sure, bud.
Well, we need it over 95, right, Max? You think we should go ahead and enter, or are we going to drop?
One more drop. I think he says one more drop. Wait for confirmation. One more pullback into the 85s, he says. And then we'll see what happens.
Is Max threatening Spain?
He could be. Are you threatening me?
That's what we need. We need the AI that translates Max into Trump.
Where's that from, guys? Are you threatening me? Do you know Bull Barbie?
Yeah.
You know?
Are you threatening me?
Yeah. Who is that?
I got TP for my bunghole.
Yeah. Little Beavis and Butthead action. I didn't know if Barbie was going to know that one.
You have introduced the kids, right? I'm of the generation.
I don't think the kids know about Beavis and Butthead.
Mine do. My kids are cooler than yours.
You left out. He says, I am Cornholio. I need TP for me bunghole. That's what he says. And then you got to stretch your shirt up over your head.
I was about to, but then I remembered that I shouldn't.
So Let's go. We're kind of just chopping around here, guys. Really, I mean, we're in the middle of a 375-point move back up. I would expect some consolidation before we get the next move.
Solid point there. Also, you're right. Trump AI is the best AI, the smartest AI, the most powerful AI. Probably the smartest people to ever exist in the world worked on this project. That's why it's the best AI and everyone's talking about it. We have our Trump AI right there, Trev. Thank you for that one.
Are we nearing the 300 likes? Let me see.
We're nearing the 6895.
Yeah, 61.
I like that kind of 668 area too on NASDAQ.
Well, you're getting kind of a bull flag break here. There is there is still a short-term 1-minute trend line to the upside. We're in a wedge. It's definitely a flag pattern here, though. I do think
Room Beats is fading this idea.
96, a close above 96, I'd say along. What's Room looking at?
He's short.
Tagged in short.
We could, I mean, there's an argument for that here too.
Here's the thing about the short idea. I don't hate it if we get a push back up and we fail, like that next failure to make a new high. I think that might be the better. They'll give you a little confirmation. Maybe we push back into the 680s, reject one more time, then you can take the short.
We are so beautifully synced right now. And I didn't mention this earlier, but we're actually perfectly synced with the reverse correlation with the VIX right now too. The market's being real pretty up here.
Look at this candle right here. ES is testing that, testing the trend line now. Again, I think 97, you close above 96, 97 here. You could be aggressive and take it now. Just assume it's going to run it. But
always assume the market's going to do what you think it's going to do. That's the best trading plan.
You know what happens when you assume. So I'm not sure how the rest of the saying goes. Not sure. I am not quite sure.
So we got 6,800 up there. I think we should be able to get through that if they can get through the 95s. Yeah, I'll be looking again at that 6805 to 08 area. There's kind of a clump of orders that I saw there.
So look at that rejection there. Like I was saying, this could be the spot now to take the short. Failure to make a new high here. Potentially could be the spot to short. I don't know. I'm not shorting. I'm just trying to make an argument for both directions, but I'm not shorting. At the 600 level, you're going to run into a lot of support there on the NASDAQ. You got the 21 EMA, the 50 EMA on the 2-minute. You got VWAP sitting at 570.
VWAP.
VWAPs, VWAP, as Tom likes to say.
Yeah. We need more Tom time. I need more Tom time. He does stream a lot, though.
Yeah, he does. You mean Magnus has multiple personalities? Indeed. Indeed. We all do. There's morning Magnus, pre-coffee Magnus, pre-workout Magnus, post-coffee Magnus. You know, all the things. Post-lunch Magnus. I don't know what else there could be. We could name a few other ones, but, you know, we get into a gray area that we probably don't want to visit. We probably shouldn't talk about it on the air. So,
yeah, I had lots of things to add there too, but none of them were MFTV rated.
Yeah, got to keep it the G rated here. All right, here we go, guys. We might be getting the breakout here. This could be a spot.
Do it.
I think I'm gonna.
Are we going for it?
I might sit on my hands on this one.
You're gonna sit on your hands?
I'm at my target. I'm at $300 for the day. I don't think there's any reason for me. Yeah, no reason for me to risk it. But if we get a strong close here on the ES at 96, I think we're just going to squeeze back.
I like what the VIX is doing. I think it's good. And I still think we could really get squeezing too.
Here we go, guys. There's the coming up with the close. 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm already in. So
I think 68.10 could be a good target here. 68.09, 68.10 area. Pretty good close there.
So we want to get above 60. Like, I'm not as worried about 6,800. I'm more worried about that 68.05 to 8 where we got kind of slammed down before. So if we get through that, that's where I'm going to trail.
Yeah, D, right. It just doesn't make sense for me to press the button here. I'm going to show a little discipline. because
I got some room. I'm going for it, but I'm real small, just like 1 micro right now.
yeah, there's nothing wrong with taking this trade here. I think it's fine. The setups on both ES and NASDAQ. NASDAQ actually hasn't broken it yet. It's 25 more seconds. But, you know,
You can do it.
if we have good price action, it should kind of just move. It should move right back to this high here. You know, unless it's just going to be trappy. We'll see. We shall see. Decent close here on NASDAQ.
We still have the SPY gap too. I know futures traders, we forget to look at the ETF sometimes, but that is something to pay attention to.
So there's your entry. If it were me, I would scale something at 696.75. That's still 20 points. That's before taking out the high. You could leave a runner, but I think 96.75 is going to be a good target.
The other thing that I was looking at is on the daily on the SPY. We kind of dipped below some support. The support was 60. I was not 60. We're on different SPY levels here. 675, and we're holding above that too. That's why I'm still just like favoring these longs up here, because we made an ugly move down and now we're kind of reclaiming it, and we have the potential to keep kind of going up through this gap on the ETF.
You can see how this is looking trappy now. Your stop out should just be at this swing low. I mean, if you're just being reasonable with it.
Let's be reasonable. Who uses a stop? Who's this guy talking about stop losses with me over here?
Just saying.
I agree. I agree with that, because it's basically a bull flag break play here. So you put your stop below the consolidation.
You really, really needed to hold here. This is the kind of the line in the sand.
Yeah, that 95.
For sure. I actually marked that out wrong. Target should be 775. I didn't realize I marked it out wrong.
775 is yours way up there.
That's what I'm thinking. If you're looking for
If we start getting my crazy stuff, then we'd be up there above that too. Like the same level that I'm looking at on NASDAQ is 24,813. Okay, Max. Okay.
Max said, time to squeeze. Time to squeeze. All right. He called it. Max called the squeeze, guys. Do what you will with that indicator.
I want to see it, Max. I'm in it.
You cannot buy this indicator, okay? It's not available.
Exclusive.
He's my own indicator, but I'm not even, dude, I'm not taking the trade.
You need to get that dog his own account.
I need to. So
That would be fun. At least get him a sim account. Let Max call some trades here.
I'm telling you, as soon as he barks, the market starts moving. I don't know what it is.
Here it goes. Let's go.
So 700, Max, at least 700. Okay, I got you. He said 700. All right, Max guarantees at 700.
All right, let's go, Max. That's the spot that I want to get through to trail too, though.
Otherwise, he doesn't get any dog food tonight.
Oh, he's got to earn his own keep. Trading dog.
No dog food for Max if we don't hit his guarantee. 0 dog food. What's your win rate, Max? He's just looking at me. The smell of coffee is amazing, Adam. Like, I don't even drink coffee, but the smell of coffee is absolutely amazing. So,
Man, I want to trail. Get through here.
I love the smell of coffee.
Our high on ES is right at 60, or it's right below 68 or 68.08.
Squeeze it. I'm trying to see. Is the max guarantee going to hit? It's trying. It would have hit already if I had left it at the original 76 mark or 96 mark. But we moved it up to 701.50. I think it still hits. New 5-minute candle in about a minute. Room's fading you, Max. Max said, don't fade me, bro. What's that, Max? Room, your stop will be hit. That's what he said. That's what he said. Your stop will be taken. So let's just see. Guys, don't forget about the deals we got going on. As always with MyFundedFutures, use code YouTube if you want the best deal on all the accounts. All the accounts.
They want you to get through this 05 for me. I really want a trail.
I mean, I think it goes. I really do. Trump's having a little lunch, alias. A little lunch action. A little lunch action. All right, we should get a little squeeze going here. Wait for it, guys. 3, 2, 1. Come on, go.
Go.
That was a new 5-minute candle. I thought I'd just pop right through there.
Not so much. Not very poppy, actually.
All right, Max said he only called the 700 level. He did not call 701 where I had it at. Hey, let's go. Oh. Did anybody take the Max guarantee? Max called the longs. He called the longs. He called the bottom. He called the bottom. So I'm using the Flex account, D-Right. I don't know what Barbie's using, but I'm using the Flex.
No, I got the Rapid.
I like the Flex. The Flex works best for my style of trading. So that's what you got to decide, right?
So choose your own adventure program.
Yeah, you got to decide what size account works best for your style of trading. And for me, it's the Flex. So let's go. Max with the winning trade. Max, I'm sorry, man. I was already at my goal. He's over here looking at me like, why did you take that trade, bro? Sorry, dude. I'm already at my goal.
I took it, Max. I'll get you some treats.
All right. Barbie took it. She said she's going to give you some treats. A little double top here on the ES at 6808 again. It's got to get through that level. So Rapid, let's go. Yeah, I think all the accounts bring some, different value, right? Just depends on which one works best for you. So look at the rules, look at the idea. Now, what do we have here now, guys? Now we do have an SMT. I don't know if ES took the high there, though. Did it? I think it did by a tick.
That's a good question.
Yep.
I can't even see on this chart. Did it take it?
ES took the high by a tick.
Okay.
So now you do have an SMT. Now we don't have any type of imbalance here. Well, let's just say if we get a death candle back, just thinking out loud, if we get a death candle back through this trend line, then this short would be way higher probability at that point, right? And you could just have your stop at the high. So
Rocky Mountain, our official Trump stalker, says Trump's done for now.
Is he? He is. All right, let's go. So now if you get a death candle, I think it's higher probability. I'm not taking it again, but I do think, we don't want to, we want to see a candle, big candle close here. Big candle. Go here.
Is that too much, Double Deep? Do I need some protection?
So why am I talking ICT? I'm talking trading. It might involve some ICT lingo, but we're not over here wearing a tinfoil hat or anything. Oh, wait, there is Barbie.
I need my protection.
There is Barbie. She is wearing one. Dang it. Pine Trade once did an SMT and got fined $300. Uh-oh. I think Pine Tree SMT or STD. What are you talking about? One or the other. I'm not sure which.
Protection on though. I'm trailed to break even, so I can't go red on this. But I'm ready for the next big poppy candle here. I've not had a big. This is me this week though. I've not had a big day yet this week.
Let's go. Guys, we got the Rocket Scooter crew coming in. You guys know the deal. Hit the like button. Subscribe.
We need to crank it up. We're celebrating today. 60K.
Yeah, for sure.
Get some confetti and or balloons. It's confetti. There they are.
All right, there we go. A little push here. Let's see if ES can get through that 60. I mean, I do think if ES fights through the 6808, we get the squeeze going.
That's what I'm in for. I didn't have it. So what the money management deal was is with this entry, I didn't have enough room to hit this with like 5 or something where I could take some profit and then keep trailing. But I want to see if this can go for this big target I've been kind of watching since way earlier in the session. So this is basically like I kind of re-added my runner, but I just didn't have the math for a full position. So this one worked, but I still want to see if this can go 0 or hero. A little bit of a lotto.
Hey, it could. I mean, that's the thing. You never know. I do like, I like the idea of leaving runners. My problem that I have sometimes is like getting in the appropriate size where I'm able to leave a runner, right? You know,
Yep.
I don't know.
It doesn't always happen, and you have to be okay with that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So earlier I had room when we were at lows, but at highs, after I've already, I started out with a red trade in my main account, so I had to recover that first. Now I have to be a little bit more careful. I got the protection on.
What's for lunch? I'm going to go with a salad from Chick-fil-A. That's what I'm going with. A little salad from Chick-fil-A with a soup, some soup.
I haven't gotten that far with my life. I'm having a hectic week, though. It's one of those weeks where everything's happening all at once. So I'll eat what I can manage here.
So she's having a sandwich, a bologna sandwich.
Are you making me a sandwich?
A bologna sandwich over there with some cheese.
It might be a protein bar kind of lunch. We'll see.
Little Duke's mayonnaise. If you like mayonnaise in the chat, are you a Duke's mayonnaise person or do you not really care? Drop the comment in the chat right there.
Ooh,
Duke's,
I'm gonna skip the mayo person.
or you don't care. Gotta have the mayo. Come on now. It's got to be Duke's. Let's be honest. It's got to be Duke's. I'm going to get the grilled chicken pine tree in the salad. Hellman's.
We're
See,
kind of
helpful to
going to come down and try to retest the 6,800. So that's an important hold. I mean, we'll see if it does or not. Our chat was fading this. Chat might get this. We'll see.
Yeah, mayo. Any mayo is good, right? I like all mayo. All right, guys. Matt's finally ready. If you guys haven't already hit the like button, subscribe. Barbie and I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Appreciate you guys watching. We'll see you next time.
Well, let's go. Thanks for 60K. We will see you tomorrow.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the bite. Welcome, rocket scoot. Burning trails where you're.
What's up, everybody? Welcome. Lunch Money with Matt here, MyFundedTV. There is a form in chat already. They are wasting no time to get you guys into that. Jump in there, fill it out, say hi, and chat with those rockets, obviously. Get that form filled out. Go over there. What's up, guys? Welcome to the show. Wow, we got a lot to cover. But the most important thing to start off with is that MyFundedTV has 60K subscribers. I have to say thank you guys for that. That is really, really, really awesome. We've been pushing so hard on this channel, giving you guys the best content ever. We are so glad to get to that milestone. That's so cool to see that. How are y'all doing today? Market. What's going on, right? Well, let's start off today, right? So you guys have been following me on my journey, the million challenge from the 100K start. Went through that rocky December. You guys remember, right? We had some drawdowns. We had some crazy days. The account is now at $550,555.91. 44K profit today. You can see on my screen, top right. My prop accounts, as you see, the bottom right, also made a little bit extra money. 68 total. So that was another 24 add-in props. I'm taking a huge payout. Friday, I'm taking another 50K payout from prop payout. And then hopefully I don't lose money, but I'm targeting to take about maybe 50 from the buffered amount. And it's good. It's been a good, at least last couple of weeks, as far as like feeling like I'm in sync with the market. That's been kind of nice. I was shorting last night at the open. I got most of my trade at I literally market open and I jumped in short and I closed out there and I went to bed. I woke up to this, which is kind of crazy to see all that movement. But I mean, I figured that the market was going to move very rapidly to the downside with that de-escalation. I mean, sorry, with the escalation of the war. And I took a short a second ago, I guess maybe like an hour ago. Here, whenever this was. Shorted from there, covered there, got out of the way, then it moved up, and now it looks like it's selling up. It is kind of random here.
The catalyst is active. And let's talk about what a catalyst is. This is a very cool technique that we do here at Rocket Scooter. Hold on. Glasses on. Congrats, sir. Oh, thank you, Andy. Appreciate that. Now that the market's finally starting to move, I'm gonna kind of get some trades out here that are gonna pick up some gains. I've just been like up, down, up, down, up, down. And my December was growing pretty slowly. Like my P&L in December was just like going like this, like that. You guys watched a lot of those days. The 90K drawdown day. There was a 120K drawdown day, and then now it's doing this. So in December, yeah, I had some rolling. Like this is and again, this was like the 100K start. I mean, it was kind of like ugh. And lately, it's just been going up. In the last 3 weeks, I've made. 3 weeks ago, I made 100K. The week before, I made 100K. This week, I've made 150K, I believe. So it's been, or the last week plus this day, 150K. So it's been quite a journey, at least with this challenge. So why are we selling off, right? And I'll give you guys a little bit of history about how the market responds to war. Anytime there's war, there's just uncertainty. In general, it's not necessarily like a nod to like what's going to happen to the economy or issues, but war can destabilize a lot of stuff. It can destabilize, business relationships between, people in different countries. It can disrupt trade. It can disrupt energy. It can disrupt pretty much anything, especially when war is taking place in an area of the world where they're part of the larger oil trade, and you start having other countries involved that are also oil trading countries. Anytime that happens, it becomes almost like this. The market becomes very sensitive to everything, and that because it can disrupt so much at once, the Wall Street just hates it. And so the minute we started, the bombings started taking place over the weekend, I immediately shifted my mindset to bearish. I know I flip-flopped a little bit. The market's flip-flopped. I was like flat market for the last 3 months. And I said, okay, now we're probably going to trade down through March. Last week, I changed my mind because we got some bull signals after expiration. I'm like, oh, maybe we're all bullish. And then we started bombing Iran. I'm back to bearish. I'm doing shorting every pop sort of thing. And it's going to be that way for a while. I'm not trying to buy dips, but I'm also not chasing lows on shorts. So I'm going to teach you guys about how markets fall when they are moving in this kind of environment. It's not usually as easy as you think it's going to be. It might look like, okay, market's falling, let me just short. Shorting is much more dangerous than longing, but it's much easier to do when you master it. Let me explain what that means. Longing becomes less volatile as markets move higher. So when you're like an idiot and like, I want to chase this green candle and get some long and make some money, let me get in on this. And you jump in like right at the high and it barely dips against you and keeps going, right? Your stupidity is almost rewarded. Like you're not your last person in the trade and you still make some money. Bear market's the opposite. When things are selling off, volatility usually goes up. The problem is, unlike a bull market, when you're wrong, you're just wrong small. In a bear market, when you're wrong, shorting from here, you're wrong big. And the further it goes and the bigger the volatility climbs, the more you're punished for jumping in late. We understand what I'm saying here? Lesson on volatility. Bull markets are more forgiving to stupidity, late entries, inefficient trading than bear markets. Bear markets will punish you severely for doing the wrong thing at the wrong time or the right thing at the wrong time, right? So trading bear markets they're trickier and more and riskier, but once you master them, they're easy. Yeah, trade less contracts is a great idea. Like trade smaller when you know it's volatile like that. You need to absorb that swing. Another thing is that bull markets tend to just like move up higher and you don't get a dip, which is why I say bull markets sometimes a little bit harder. At times, when bear markets are easier once you master them, bull markets are easier because you can be less efficient. But sometimes in a bull market, you're staring at it like this and you're like just fighting that urge to just jump in because it's not really dipping. And that's going to happen in a bull market. In a bear market, it's very simple. Market will just sort of sit there and then it'll fly very quickly on a short squeeze, hit whatever your strong value area pivot or your point of control or whatever you're looking for, or even rocket scooter pivots. And it just hits your pivot and then sells off very quick. The trades are in and out quicker. They move faster. You can trade with smaller risk and it usually hits your pivot and turns very quick. There's your entry is given there. On a long, you're like, man, I can't wait for the dip to the pivot. And it never comes. It doesn't happen. But the short, it's like whatever pivot you want to short from, it's likely to touch it at any point because short markets go all over the place, right? So you're going to get a much more efficient application in shorting because it's going to bounce around between pivots a lot more. All right, so let me go back a little bit. Let's load up a 4-hour chart and go all the way back to the last sort of bearish-ish wave that we had. Now I'm gonna share with you. This is with the tariffs, right? Kind of a similar look to the market, actually. Choppy, flat consolidation from December to March. Boy, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Oh, that looks just like what it looks like now. Choppy combination from December to March, like the same thing, right? And now it's starting to sell off again. It's almost like on repeat, right? So let's talk about it. As the market finally starts to decline, your dog trades better than you. It's known that's known to be the case sometimes. All right, here, look. As markets are falling, and this is a 4-hour chart, so it's missing some data like internal to this, but you can kind of see what I'm talking about. Market just doesn't fall straight down when it's selling off. Almost every single time, it's almost falling for a little bit, like there's some structure there, but then it retraces and then it starts to fall like parabolically in the second wave. That's when we're getting close to hitting circuit breakers and stuff. You're going to see that markets just usually like will press lower lows a little bit and then retrace a lot of it. So once you see those lower lows pressed, you know, like here, it's not usually like, yep, it's going to fall straight down. And the urge that you have is when it finds lower lows a lot of the time is to chase the red. The punchline of this entire speech is to say never chase the red in a bear market. Let the thing move to some pivot that you know about that might even be higher than the open of the day, and then bet that it continues a trajectory. In this particular case, it was like the market had to pop high, then sell, then pop high, then sell, then pop high, then sell. If you chased the low here, you got squeezed really hard on NASDAQ. That's like 700 points, right? Crazy. You chased the low here, 500 points off. You chased the low here, 400 points off, right? You're not really rewarded for chasing the low unless you're at the end of the thing. When you're breaking circuit breakers and VIX is at 40 and 50, the markets just fall and fall and fall and fall and fall and fall. You're not going to see that when VIX futures are at 20. That's for damn sure. You're not going to see that when VIX futures are at 30. It's going to take 40 to 50 plus on VIX for the market to go fall, 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 and parabolically fall. You have enough liquidity with VIX at 20 to have the market just bounce all over the place. So if you're in this environment, and like I said, VIX is just sort of chilling in the 20s, chasing a red candle will be the end of your trading account. I promise. Allow yourself to understand how volatility plays into the mix. It's still not illiquid enough for the market to not bounce all over the place. Just like yesterday when I got on stream, by the way, I know there's a heckler in chat, but they didn't know I ended the day $10,000 up in the account. I knew the market was probably going to come down because of the escalating war. And I started shorting with that in mind. I started shorting here, knowing that it could be volatile against me. So I shorted small. I had like 5 contracts. And then at the top, I think I was short 15. And then it would fall. Then I would close 5. It would go up. I'd add 5. Then it would fall. Then I'd close 5. And the whole way up, I'm shorting. I'm maintaining this rolling effect to get my cost basis higher and lock in little bits along the way and minimizing my loss. By the end of the day, I was only down like 15K. And then right here, my final short put me up 10K for the day. And then market opened and I jumped in at the short here because I knew that the escalation was probably going to drop this further. And we just dumped, right? So you're going to have to catch a high, which sometimes is going to be hard. When I say it's one of the easier things you can do when you master it, mastering it requires you to understand positioning and volatility. Somebody said in chat, trade small. Yes. Yes. Smaller and wider entries. Know that it's going to chop all over the place. Don't come in and throw your 5 contracts at it right in the middle of this. Put in 1 here, 3 here, 5 here, whatever. Spread it out. Don't just jump in with the whole thing. Allow that volatility to be a place where you craft your position. Craft your entry to be what you want. Play with that cost basis a little bit. Move it around. I think you guys learning something today about this. You can't view the stream. Somebody said you can view the stream. I don't think anybody can ban you from viewing a stream, sir. You should be fine. Never chase shorts. Devin said, Bro, speaking facts, yeah, don't chase. You can chase longs easily compared to shorts. Shorts, you're always punished by chasing. I abandoned the idea of shorting today because volatility wasn't picking up. When we hit that cat active reversal point, my first trade, my only trade ever since US Open was that I waited all morning for this to short from. And then as this was moving lower, VIX wasn't picking up. So I knew that the volatility wasn't going to get worse. And so as it's faked out a bunch of people, even shorting at these reds, you've been squeezed out 100 points a run. The one short I got here, I got out there and I've closed out. And it looks like I'm on the right side of the trade by not trying to fade this. Where could I short though from? Where's a good high to short from? In a day like this, usually what happens is once a short squeeze takes off, it's very rare that it takes off and then collapses that day. A lot of times a short squeeze will take off and close at the end of the day. But what I like to do is isolate my best possible pivot where the most bearish things line up and where can I short from. The greater bearish market, if I'm a bear, is the bear zone top on monthly maps, which is there on the S&P. We also have dynamic monthly hedge pressure there. We also have a bear zone top there in the local liquidity map with a DD ratio that's bearish. This is a resistance pivot to bet that the greater market still holds to the bear side while escalating more is happening. So with that being said, because there's a possible higher high, and because we weren't volatile enough here to sell off, I'm going to wait and allow this to do this. And then I'm going to bet that we still stay bearish as long as we're still bombing Iran, right? So my game plan is as follows. I'm going to wait and be patient. Shorts, the reason why shorts can be the hardest thing you do because you're impatient about it. Once you learn patience, position sizing, and adjusting for volatility, trading becomes the easiest and quickest trades you'll do. I'm going to wait for my pivot. And if I get it, it's going to be like, and then it's going to go here, and it's going to chop around here for about 5 or 10 minutes. And then if I'm right, I probably at least get this leg of the trade. If the market's still dying out or things escalate, then it falls from there. But at least from here to here is a good scalp to at least bet that we close out the session still in the bear side of the market. Monthly maps give me that indication. So monthly map is something that looks at 3 months of options and Rocket Scooter. It looks 3 months into the future and will tell you where those limits are on the bear side of the market. Now today, S&P is below this light gray box. This is where the bear zone is, and this is where the market needs to be bullish. As long as we're trading below 68.22, it's still bearish for a month from these levels, unless something changes. NASDAQ is way up here at 25,000, so we're not even close to NASDAQ. So I'm telling you, is that because the market doesn't really switch from bear to bull that easily, and because the overall ratio is bearish, then I can bet that the market stays in bear territory. So what it means is that if I'm still taking a bear stance, then the end of the day, my bet is we are below this level here. So that means anything up here is a potential candidate to short it back to there. The first step of this is attempting a short from there because it can reject that. What happens if it breaks? I don't lose my cool. I find the next bear pivot to take it back down to there as long as this condition still says bearish. So what you'll see me do is I'm going to take a stab here with maybe 10 contracts, maybe moderate, maybe 5. I might keep it at 5. And if I stop out and validate, which my stop is going to be about 10 points. If it's NASDAQ, it'll be about 70 points. That tells me my stop. 68.22 to 68.32 is a stop right about there. And if we break above here, then I do nothing. If we fall below this yellow line, then I'm going to jump back in the short to bet that we close inside of that bear territory. So because I know the market can go all over the place and where we are now is probably the most conservative place of where we'll be at the end of the day, I'm going to let it stretch and then trade it back to this equilibrium right there. So now I can say, well, what happens if I miss out, right? What happens if it does this and just does that? Oh, crap, I missed out. Well, I mean, you know, I don't think I missed out on anything. I made 68K this morning. I don't think of it as that. I'm happy with what I've made. If I miss out on a short trade, well, number 2, miss out on the short trade. Let it fall. Be okay with missing out. You miss the bus. Don't try to jump in and catch it while it's speeding down the road. You're banging on the side of the bus. On the bus driver, open the door. Don't be like that in shorting. It's red, you've missed out, be okay with missing out. And I do that a lot. But if I get lucky and I get the pivot I want, then I'm going to grab that trade. By the way, congrats to the winners, you guys. Appreciate that. Any questions about this lesson, volatility, positioning, any of that stuff? Or do you guys kind of understand what I'm saying? This should make sense, right? I like to look at consolidating areas in kind of like a bearish play like this as where the market's going to end up and pass through. So like we consolidated here, market went down, came back to the area, now consolidating here, go up, come down to the area, right? This is where the market's been comfortable for a little bit. There's no volatility here. Volatility is in decay here. So the market's kind of liquid here. The bet is if we go higher, how bearish are we in the longer haul? You smell when I'm stepping in? All right, good. That's all that matters. With that being said, I'm going to be very short-minded. And as long as things are crazy, it's going to take an event to kick this market around. And in these environments, I tell you, it's not just like we made it, we have a quiet day or two. The minute you hear Trump say me and whoever the leader is in the hour that they become appointed leader before they become appointed, leader, then they seem to get missiles shot at them the minute they become leader. I don't know what to believe anymore, but no, whenever Trump and whoever is in charge have a meeting and they say, we're going to have a meeting to de-escalate, that's the end of this. It's just like when they said, we're going to have a meeting to fix the tariffs. De-escalation of that stopped the market in its tracks. So there's going to be days that are going to trick, like we just have this day like yesterday where it just flies up for no reason. I know better than that. I've traded enough bear markets to know it will pivot on an event. People when they get bear-minded, they just get squeezed lower and lower. And as markets are finding lows, it's not going to turn around until something makes a turnaround. There's not going to be a random day where you just wake up and then it goes. Usually it's going to be an event. So I'm short-minded until that event. And that event usually comes from me and this person. We're going to meet next month in Geneva to work out a deal. A ceasefire is in effect. Words like that is what you're going to hear. Now, with the nature of the beast, I'm going to tell you that might be unlikely. Now, again, when we talk about war here, it's just in the context of the stock market. I said to preempt that. Nobody have your feelings hurt or feel any certain way. We're reporting on the news in a trading sort of sense. So don't think that because we're not picking a side or we're picking a side, we're not thinking what you think, that we disagree with you or agree with you. It's not the point. Talk about this, what it is, just to analyze it for the trading sake of what it is. Nation of Iran has a lot of pride, and the leaders have a lot of pride themselves too. They're not so eager to fold because of that pride. So it's not likely to happen very quickly. It's not like, oh crap, you fired a missile at us, we need to bend over. They're gonna hang in there for a while, I feel. So I feel like my betting needs to bet on that fact, right? I feel like that's right. So we're talking about like in a betting sense, right? So with that being said, the type of opposition and the amount of hatred they carry towards their enemies, nobody, even in their position, would be willing to surrender. They'd probably be willing to fight till the very end. And because of that, as sad as that may be, and as sad as war is, as traders, we have to make sure we just understand how it's going to affect the market. I don't think we're going to come out in a week or two where Trump's like, we got Iran and us are going to meet up and we're going to do a ceasefire. They're going to have to put some very, 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 very heavy pressure and sanctions, and they have to really push it hard. I don't feel like either side's going to give up easily. So with that being said, it feels like the market still has a lot of downward trajectory from here. And I think that's what we're dealing with. And so you're going to need something like that to turn it around. And the likelihood of that happening quick is very, very low. It took 2 months or 2-3 months just to get Europe a more docile place where we're actually like allies with a lot of these countries. It took a couple months to get our allies and us to work out a deal. Imagine trying to get, these two people in the same room to work out a handshake deal. Oh God, they'll be slapping each other in the room. I mean, it will not likely have a quick political solution, which sucks, right? But with that being said, as a trader, you have to constantly be aware of what's going to turn the market around and time when you think it's going to happen. Am I starting to make sense, everybody? Hopefully it makes sense, right? Somebody said the significance of a martyred supreme leader, and has a lot of religious associations, a lot of passion with that, right? The people are very passionate about it. And so you're right. And that makes it to where it's a deeper connection to the situation, much more so than economic one. In the country, people in that situation who side with that side of the war would rather starve than give up their beliefs, right? So it's not like you can just threaten economic sanctions and then people are like, okay, we're going to buckle to the dollar. These are the types of people who are passionate what they believe in, and they'll fight to the very end, even without food and energy, which does promise a longer escalating thing than expected. Again, this is just commentary on the stock market, right? Which means we're probably in this mode for a lot longer than we think we're going to be. So if things are like dipping and dipping and dipping, and you think, okay, now's the time for generational wealth, it could be as bad as quarters to years of this. Maybe not years on Iran, unless it escalates into a World War II level thing and there's ground campaigns of millions of troops. But wars aren't fought like that anymore, right? It's all technology, strategic targets and things, minimal casualties compared to what it used to be. So I don't think we're going to have that type of scale, even if we have a lot of participants. But I do think this could be bad enough that 3 to 6 months target before any significant headway is made. So we might, it's not a small enemy. Yeah, it's a bigger conflict than just two nations, right? It seems to have the possibility of roping everybody into it. So as a trader, you have to time what you believe based on the reality of stuff, like not what you feel and not what you side with, but knowing that A, it can escalate really big, B, the sides that are fighting passionately, one of them passionately hates the other one, and they're not going to bend over for that. They're also very proud people who very much passionately believe in what they believe in. They're not going to bend to economic sanctions and things like that very easily. They'll rather fight to the death instead because they believe in what they believe, which is a beautiful thing with humans, but also for the stock market, it means a prolonged this, right? And you're not going to know as a trader what to believe in the news. Some things are going to be good. Some things are going to seem like it's whatever. And in this day and age, everyone on social media is trying to like get impressions for money. I'm seeing like fake news left and right. I'm seeing like video game clips trying to be passed off as like real bombings. I'm seeing like videos of Godzilla smashing buildings and they're like, I was there, bro. I saw it. You know, half the people are trolling, half the people are lying for likes. You just never know what to believe. But at least believe that Wall Street, once they get in that mode of it's time to sell off, it doesn't just change because we hit a low or because we hit a fib or because we hit a whatever. It might bounce for the day, but the prolonged thing doesn't stop until you get that tweet from the president. We've seen it a million times with him, and you get that tweet. Me and so-and-so from Iran got off the phone. Good things are coming. Good things are coming, right? And then market goes up. That's what you're looking for. How's my day? Day pretty good. This war is not the only issue the market has right now. And Dave is also bringing another thing to the table. It's just the trigger point. Wall Street doesn't care about the greater economic situation. We would have sold off the last 4 months if that was the case. You know, inflation slightly going up, GDP slightly coming down, non-farms slightly going up. Yeah, it's starting to build something. But bear markets don't just emerge from bad economic data. They slowly round off as companies' earnings show lesser and lesser promise, and forward guidance looks worse. So quarter to quarter, bear markets manifest from it. This is just the trigger point to finally start triggering some selling when most of Wall Street was holding on. Commander Traders also showed that. There is a greater dynamic of lessening strong bull conditions in the economic situation. It doesn't help, but it's not like a good CPI is going to turn the war around. The war is going to be front and center in the real, like a good CPI is not going to turn the market bullish. It's really stuck in this war mode. I've been trading for so long. It's always the same. And if it's not the same this time, it'll be the first time it wasn't the same. It's despite economic conditions, once Wall Street's set in their ways, it's going to keep It's going to rally a day and sell off the next day, and then rally a day and sell off the next day until someone says, we worked it out, bro. Yes, we did. We had 60K. Yeah, Arma 3, like 15-year-old game, and people were believing it. This is a war that's going to be mostly fought with AI, and I keep saying that, dude. You know, somebody just trolling to get 1 million views on a post, posting some goofy stuff, and you don't know what's real, what's not real, but the one thing they can't fake is a tweet from the president, you know? That's what we know is usually that sign. So you're gonna have to pay attention to what president's saying all day long. Like keep his True Social up as part of your trading news info. Like don't miss out on a tweet. At what point though will be the catalyst to Wall Street selling with the economic data like credit card debt, all-time highs? You want to talk about what causes a recession in economic sense. It is a slow-moving thing to turn everybody around. Not everybody, just because it's bad, most people have differing beliefs on how bad it's going to be and how long it's going to be bad for. So not everybody sells off at the same time. That's why markets don't just crash when economic data starts getting bad. Case in point, 2002, 2003, ninja loans, adjustable rate mortgages, things are getting shitty. Mortgage bonds, they're worthless. They're worthless. 04, 05, they're preaching all over media. It's like, this is going to be a crisis. It's going to be a crisis. It's going to be a crisis. Defaults are going to start going up in 2006 and 2007. Houses are going to depreciate in value. You can't refinance your adjustable rate. You're going to be stuck and you're going to default. And people were saying it all back in here and positioning for it. It's going to crash. 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 And then finally it did. It does. Eventually it catches up and then everybody starts feeling the burden of it. Now, this is a separate example than just economic data. This was kind of like an economic catastrophe that caused that. But other recessions have moved for slower reasons, not than just like something's collapsing that doesn't collapse. We go all the way back to 2022 and have that same sort of conversation. This was economic-based recession. Inflation was up post-COVID. You had the Fed turning on quantitative tightening. You had the Fed also raising rates, right? Those three things sort of shocked Wall Street. And amidst the higher inflation, questionable job stuff, people thought there was an AI bubble back then too, before it even went to higher highs. We still sort of worked our way lower with bad economic data. This is typically what it looks like with bad data. There's some smart people that sell and there's some people that are still buying. There's some smart people that sell and people are still buying. Who's still buying despite economic data? All of you with a 401k. You're buying stocks every Friday with your paycheck and you're still buyers. And as people start getting laid off, there's fewer and fewer buyers, right? But there's always still people buying stocks in every dip. That's why it rolls its way down. Even in 2008 was the same story. Bad economic data didn't necessarily crash the market. The crash came when banks failed after the bear stuff, but you see the market still rolls in waves. And so economic data doesn't just cause sudden crashes. It causes small bursts of like stocks lowering in value. It's typically quarter to quarter to quarter that you find lower lows, because economic recession and stock market depression, stock market depreciation, I guess you call it, or sell off, is triggered by quarterly reports. It moves on quarter basis. And you can see here in 2008, August, the next low was, well, that's not really a low, but the next close to low was 3 months later. The next actual low, 3 months later. The next actual low, 2 months later. Then 4 months later. Then 5 months later, right? The market seems to like ask itself, oh shit, this quarter was bad. Okay, that sucks. Okay, what about next quarter? Oh, that quarter was bad too. Okay, that sucks. What about this quarter? Oh, that quarter was bad too. It's almost always like that. So economic data is causing the lack of bullishness, but it doesn't necessarily cause a crash. Crashes come from the lessening value of the stock market, putting strain on people that are forced to sell, and then it finally collapses over. We're not even close to that yet. Will we start trading down because of some possible, credit stuff? You're talking about credit issues, debt issues. People are talking about unemployment issues. Yeah, and if we were, imagine the market does this quarter to quarter, okay? There's your recession if we have one. It's not this. This is a newbie way to think of the market like that. But yes, it can still have these waves as economic data worsens. But the question is how bad is that, right? What are the biggest factors of that? And yes, there are some glaring factors of possible rising inflation with rising unemployment could cause a situation. I don't disagree with that. Is that a fast moving ship? It's never a fast moving ship. Shit tanks at the end of the quarter, then it retraces for the next quarter, then it tanks at the end of that quarter, and it goes most of the time. And the economic data isn't actually necessarily that bad. GDP is still well over 2%. That's still pretty decent, even though it's lessening. So we're a year or two away from even negative quarter-over-quarter GDP growth, and you need like 2 quarters of that for Wall Street to finally say recession, right? So we could slowly sell off and lead into one, but we're years away from a full-blown recession. I don't think we're going to get one because we've conditions are mild at this point. And, the Fed's sort of assisting things these days. The last recession we had was pretty mild as of itself. It lasted a year. The stock market barely corrected, 10%? And the Fed was raising rates into that and initiating QT. QT was over, December 3rd? And then Fed's cutting rates, right? So we got the Fed kind of on your side to assist, and the Fed has made a testament that we're going to keep assisting if things get worse. So with that being said, the Fed wants it to go up, the president wants it to go up. They're going to initiate things to make it go up if it needs to. That's why I don't believe we got a market crash coming from that. I think it's just based on the war. That economic data is probably, not bad, but like less cool economic data is probably going to keep bulls from rushing in all at once. But the market's going to move in waves. Don't just think it's going to... The war might make it do that, but the economic data never does that, right? It moves down in giant, fat, quarterly waves. 16 years of trading, guilty as charged. I've seen it all. I started in 2010. At the end of the last recession, I saw the 2015 flash crash. I saw the 2013 and 14 oil crash. I saw the 2020 COVID crash. I saw all of it. I've seen the recession in 2022, 21, 22. I've seen the tariff crash. I've seen, with my experience doing this, I've seen how Wall Street behaves, especially under Trump's administration. It's never any different. It's on repeat. So that's one thing to take away. You're going to see the same sort of behaviors, and that's why I'm still trading it the same way. I learned how to trade Trump, a decade ago. So we're still going to be there. Well, hopefully, Powell must be feeling pretty smart right now not to cut rates given the situation now. Yeah, but they're going to, if the market starts getting worse and unemployment starts going up, the Fed is probably going to use the rate cut handle to kind of filter in some hopium into Wall Street. Extra rate cuts just to keep things from crashing. It's not like it will keep things from crashing because of the rate cut itself, but it more like puts that hope into Wall Street. So maybe so. Yeah. Can't wait for Luke to come on tomorrow. Oh, Luke's going to be here tomorrow. Yeah. See ya, JP. See ya, Jip. See you later, man. New Fed presser coming soon. Okay, cool. Yeah, so like I said, I might want to grab a play from there, but I'm still kind of debating. I'm up almost 70K. I'm in no hurry to give any of it back. But like, what a week, right? We haven't really seen a week like this in a while. Like these lower consolidating plays, like actually that doesn't even look like it either. Sort of this like, it feels like a really strong round. It kind of feels a little bit like this, to be honest, but not as drastic. Like this was really big selling. This has been still pretty liquid. Yeah, we could get a couple up weeks before we have some more down as well. I don't really know. With the war, it might escalate further down weeks. So just be careful that like next week isn't worsen. Right. Oh, the president's talking, not the Fed. Okay, cool. What do you think about trailing your stop into profits so you can catch the big drops? Instead of using limits for take profits, if you're shorting or long, like shorting, trailing stops are more. Trailing stops have to be wider on short trades than they are on long trades. A short trade, Nasdaq might bounce around hundreds of points on the way down. On a long trade, it may bounce up and down 40 points, right? If you're trailing stop on a short trade, it has to be wide enough the expected volatility. And the expected volatility is easily seen as the size of the V's in that chart. So NASDAQ is moving up and down 100 points. So your stop needs to trail at least 100 points or greater, because that's the volatility. You don't want to stop out on the chop out. So that's one thing to take note of, is the volatility will let you know how far you need to trail. If you're trying to catch big drops by being short and you have a short play and you're stopping above it, it's kind of the same thing, right? Like when it goes here, you know, your trailing stop needs to be high enough to catch that. Not a bad play. Again, like I personally don't like to trade short trades like I'm trying to ride the wave down. Short trades are more like the market bumps up to your pivot, grab it, get your drop, and then get out of the way first instead of hold it. Now, if you're like, I'm going to hold a runner and let it stop, sure. But if you don't ever see me doing in short markets is let me load up 50 contracts, which is my big play, and just hold on to it through all of this chop, and then hopefully I'm right for the big drop. The big drop doesn't always happen, so I kind of just get my play and get out of it. So example, NASDAQ with 63 ARB, I'm telling myself if I get 60 points, I'd be more than happy with closing it out, or at least most have been holding a runner. My trade earlier was really small. I got in 5. I trimmed it to 2, and then I decided to close out the 2. So I was like, I got 5, took like 3,000, 4,000 in profit, holding under a runner of 2, and maybe the runner of 2 will collapse. So I certainly collapsed all of it, or sorry, reduced the position a lot to do that. It's never hold my full position for the bigger run, because the market moves around so much. In a short market, it's going to fall quick. I like to get in and get out. Bull market, I'll hold a big position till the end of the day. Yeah. Stop out on the chop out. Reminds me of that song. What was it? Fall out through the fallout or whatever. What's that song from Fallout? Crawl out through the fall. Yeah, that's the one. Remember you play Fallout? Let me see the lyrics. Crawl out through the fallout, baby, when they drop that bomb. No, that's not even. Can't even sing Fallout songs. It's not. It's talking about bombs. Stop out through the chop out. All right. See you guys tomorrow. Done for the day. All right, room. See you later, man. I too am going to see y'all tomorrow as well, but I'm still here for 20 more minutes. You're trading for 3 years, AC84, and never say that, and I still say the day is today. You've never seen before, and the phrase keeps going for some months, right? You never. It probably takes you about 10 years to probably say you've seen just about everything. You're always going to learn something new about the market. And I feel like after 10 years, it comes to a point where nothing surprises me anymore. That's about how long it took for me to kind of see everything. I got to see you'll see a recession in the 10-year cycle. You'll see rates cutting and rates getting raised in a 10-year cycle. You'll see a little bit of everything. You'll see a couple presidents in a 10-year cycle. Yeah, you're always going to be learning something about the market. These days, nothing really surprises me. Nothing ever happens and I go, oh, dude, I've never seen that before, with the exception of December. I haven't seen something like December in about 10 years. The structure breaking every other day, that's a unique thing that I haven't seen in a while. It didn't surprise me because I'd seen it before, but it definitely was something I wasn't expecting. Somebody said, don't love your job, job your love. Dude, I remember that thing. That was the silliest sounding phrase. Don't love your job, job your love. And the guy doing the podcast was like, oh, wow, that's deep. And I'm like, is it really that deep? I was like, this person wasn't curing cancer with that phrase. That was it's poetic, yes, but guy looked like she discovered a new element of the periodic table. Oh. I was like, that was a meme for a hot minute. You think we'll fall from here, Matt? It's very possible, yeah. In fact, they're not picking up any seam past the cat active line. It's very possible we do fall from here. My bet is I short from up here, though. I'm kind of being a little nitpicky here, But I do want to make sure that I'd still bet that we stay on the bear side of the market. Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you guys for posting my link, Abby. Really appreciate that. So we got follow all the hosts on YouTube. Give all your hosts support. You're looking at NVIDIA and Google and get a feeling they're about to drop. Yeah, that's why I was shorting from here, because you can see that there's a higher sort of like a high consolidation pressing against a really strong pivot with volatility drying up and lower highs. Higher lows. So this is actually prepping for kind of a move, and it could move upward very quickly. But if we get a big spike, I'm gonna short it back in. That's kind of why I'm waiting to not just jump in to bet on a fall. I do want to fade a spike and really get a better high. Like I said, short markets, I always like, you're gonna get something silly. Like this is where I made all my money yesterday. I went green. This is the trade. The market was doing this, and I went blah, 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 and I got on the short, made the money. I'm done. So in the same setup, if it pops really quick, I'm gonna short it back down to there. And I never like to short from consolidating areas. One of the best tricks I can teach you guys is a consolidating area, convince yourself it's the middle. Even if the 50-50 chance it breaks down, you miss out, break down, you miss out. Most of the time, the middle is where it passes through before it does something. So the easiest thing to do, and I know this is very like chart reading 101, but you have this distance and it's consolidating. They call these like, I don't know, pennants or something, right? This was your distance, and then that is your distance to fade it back through the middle to bet on a sell-off, right? That's a classical trading 101, first day in the books sort of move. I never look at the consolidation and flip it short from the middle. I will let it move to that distance, some distance, to play it back to the middle. And usually most of the time I'll close out most of my position there. Consolidation, I always tell myself, is where it wants to be, not where I want to trade from. Consolidation is where I want to exit my trade. And that's a really good rule of thumb when shorting. Consolidation is where liquidity is. Liquid markets don't crash. So it's very rare that you're going to want to bet that liquid markets somehow become illiquid out of nowhere. So what I like to say is that point of liquidity is my exit target on my short once the illiquid side finds the liquid side. Does that make sense? Hopefully. And kind of, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, frequency, he gets it, right? So consolidation is a weird, you're making like a weird statement shorting from it. You're like, it's liquid, but somehow it's going to magically crash, right? I usually like to take that spot as where I want to exit in case it goes higher. And it's always served me pretty well. So I tell myself, about how much higher can it go? Well, how much higher did it move from last liquid to this liquid? And so that's like almost 180 points. Okay, so almost from here, 860, 880. Like we can bust up through here, and then I can trade it back to there. And I think of it more like that, right? Am I dropping some nuggets today? Good deal. Like I said, when you master shorting, it becomes one of the easier things to do, but it's a little more complicated to master. When you're mastering, it's pretty straightforward. Just wait, find a higher high, short it back down to equilibrium, get out of the way when everyone else is like, where does it go from here? Like, you're already done. That's kind of the way I like to do it. Outside in, not inside out. Outside in, yeah. Yeah, under the circumstances, it's easier to want to short from the top. And I've learned every time I throw a short at the top, I'm always sitting there upside down wishing I wasn't in it. So I always feel like I'm the smarter player in the room when it goes higher, and I can be the first one shorting when everyone else isn't, right? And while very much so, I'm about 50-50 that it just drops from here and sells off at the end of the day. But I'd rather miss out on that than to take a loss, to have to fight my way back down to start, right? Woo-wee. All right, I got 12 more minutes to hang out with y'all. This whole sesh was pretty intense, right? There's a lot of stuff we covered. Talked about the war, talked about shorting, talked about fake news on socials. Be very careful out there. Volatile markets are the easiest way to bust your MyFunded account, so be careful. MyFundedFutures is one of the easiest of the prop firms to pass, by the way, which is kind of nice to know that. My new prop scoring website that's going to be coming out very soon has MyFundedFutures ranked so far of all the bigs as the top end of the day drawdown accounts in existence, by the way, because it has one of the lowest difficulty scores of all the firms, which is kind of nice. But despite even though it being one of the easier ones, there's no consistency, no DLL. We all know that when funded. But even so, it's easy to bust hitting your limits in this kind of environment. Short markets and sell-off markets, if you're struggling as a trader, I'll drop some bombs, some knowledge bombs for you now, not some real bombs. But the short side of the market is insanely harder to deal in prop accounts than it is the long side. Volatility, especially those firms out there that will have like trailing drawdown. Trailing drawdown, volatility is the enemy of trailing drawdown to begin with. Trailing drawdown is almost guaranteed to hit your TD loss if you are in a volatile market, because it's going to just chop you into blowing up the account. What I like to do and tell people, especially if you trade, look at that, and I'm waiting, and the pops to the higher high, to the level I want to see. Now let's see if we can get very close to that S&P level there. Let's take that bet. Maybe I want to proxy trade it off of NASDAQ. See what I'm saying, guys? Gonna learn something from me today. Nice little pop there. Right at the bear zone target. Let's let it go a little bit higher, but that is where I could probably start putting together a little bit of a short. I'm not shorting yet. I want it to go a little bit higher, at least a half cap, at least to here. I want it to overshoot. I'll take it back down. So anyways, what I'm saying is trailing drawdown is going to be a little bit harder when markets are volatile. If you see days like this, a good idea is to wait through it. Pick up your trading account the next day. You're not going to, nobody becomes a hero trying to win their props in this environment, especially if you go with some of those other companies, which you shouldn't, but they have trailing drawdown is like the core of their business model. It's designed to make you lose in this environment altogether. I highly recommend that in volatile environments, you learn your limits, trade much smaller, much wider pivots. And if you have trailing drawdown, or if even in some of the plans, even here, or you're dealing with the ones that might have trailing drawdown or any of those plans anywhere else, volatile environments are going to be the enemy to you. I've seen traders choose to sit out for weeks at a time, just waiting for it to clear up. That's not a bad strategy if you're struggling to trade through it. If you've mastered trading through volatility, you should have a much better time, which is trading smaller and wider like I teach you. Smaller positions, wider entries can help, but never jump in this market and be like, they give me 5 contracts to trade. Okay, I'm going to short all 5 right now. That's going to be instant failures, man. Make sure, now end of the day drawdown like at MyFunded is much easier. It's much, much, much easier to manage. Okay, there it is. All right. Let me just take some, oh crap, I got it in NASDAQ. I meant to get an S&P. Whoops. That's cool. Be all right. Let's see what happens. And again, 3 contracts, I didn't put much on it. Let me prep up here. And I'm going to give myself a lot of room just to stage in a little higher. No big deal. All right, here, here, here. Okay. Okay, I'm just prepping and getting everything ready for this. I'm betting on the greater bear market to still hold. Let's do 5. Okay. 5 is a light. That's pretty heavy for those of you that are trading. I wouldn't recommend. 5 contracts relative to a $500,000 balance is moderate. So I'm putting very little into this right now. Yeah. So the bet here is that the greater market stays bearish and that we do get a turn to close below. And again, it's just a small scalp. It's going to be, I'm going to be very well rewarded if it does hit the 68.20 and then we close below 67.80. That's my bet. So we'll see. I don't have volatility backing me up, so it's not the strongest bet. But it is a bet on the greater market. And so that's what I'm looking for. Somebody said turn at the highs, but higher time frame high. If there's a pivot, it's from here. And if it overshoots, then I take a stop and then we come back down. It's from there. We have hedge pressure, bear zone top. All of this stuff this is where the strongest bear resistance is. So if it pivots, it will be from here and nowhere else. If it goes higher, I wouldn't be chasing higher shorts from anywhere higher. So this is where the fight will be, where I'm showing you guys. And you can see there's a little volatile right now. It's trying to figure itself out from here. But this is the play. We'll see if I'm right. Ratio is 47, so it could get worse. I mean, it's not as bad as it was earlier. It's slightly better, but this is my spot here. Now you see the market's flopping around a lot. This is where we got to go. I got 5 minutes left in here, so you guys obviously won't get to see the rest of the trade, but I'll be live on my channel with Neon streaming in about 5 minutes. You guys love Neon. He's so great, man. He's so refreshing to listen to. He's so educational. He loves to teach just like I do. He's got tons of things to talk about today. And I'll be in that chat hanging out with everybody and sharing you guys the outcome of my trade. Let y'all know how I do on this one. Give y'all that link here in chat. But yep. I could be wrong, and that's okay, but this is the only place I'm willing to take a bet from. There's that link right there if you guys want to join me and the crew as we finish up the day. This is the last stop here on MyFundedTV. Nobody is here after us, so we will sign off in a little bit, but I invite you to come hang out on my channel and hang out with all the rest of us, as we basically all just pile over there anyways and continue to finish out the day. And don't forget to check out Stephen K later on this afternoon. In the evenings for the Asia session, always a treat to hang out with Stephen. And we'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow, obviously. So I got 3 or 4 more minutes here. We'll see how this plays out. Like I said, I put very little on the trade. The half gap overshoot is my limit on this one. 777 with negative resilience on the S&P. Half gap is that last little stop, and I'll close on the other side of that. As much as I keep wanting to think the market's going to dip and rally, I'm not very convinced that this is a bottom. But that's my trade. And again, it's 5. It's just really small. Not that big of a deal. And I might drop it to maybe 10 or 15 because I do believe in the bigger bear market from here. So 5 here, 15 more by proxy on that limit. And 785 is hedge pressure resistance on NASDAQ. So this is where there's going to be NASDAQ's resistance as well, which is here. So we'll see. And I'll clue you guys in. I'll probably tap it with some prop accounts up here as well. The S&P 6829 is my target. So S&P sort of has this right here. This right here. My bet is that we close down inside of here from this range. Microsoft's been flying all day. Yeah, Microsoft has been looking pretty good. So has Meta has also been looking pretty all right as well. Like, it's been holding liquidity pockets, so it wasn't crashing either. Amazon, same thing. So with all my bear, I'm betting on the greater bear market, which is where this bear zone monthly map is. This exact level right here is what I'm betting on, is staying below. So we'll see. This is going to be a fight. We can get a little bit of a short squeeze here, but I'm looking that arbitrage just went to -90. We're kind of right on the edge there. So we'll see what happens. Look at the 4 hour. We should blast yesterday's high. I don't do charting, man. Like I don't trade like that. A chart to me doesn't have any predictability to like where it will go. So I don't usually do that when I make my decisions. I'm using like hedging and market structure to make my pivots off of. And there's like a greater sentiment I have. But yeah. It's like my style is a little different because I kind of like I tend to like be very topical about what's going on around the news. And while you are right in the charting sense, like your pivot is right and your intuition is right, I like to believe that the current situation has a higher possibility of breaking that structure. That's why I don't really lean on it too heavily, even though it's good for what you're doing to find a pivot. I don't disagree with what you're doing. The sensitivity of the news that we're in is a lot more potent. It's going to be more driven by that, I think, than structure. That's kind of my thought. I'd like for it to blast 66. I'd like for it to be in bull market as much as anyone else, but I'm going to say that I'm going to stick to my guns on this one. And my confidence in this one is not the highest. Not all the indicators are bearish from here, but I am taking the bet that we close the day below this area here. So I'm just going to be engaged in it just for something to come out of it. Okay, guys. Oh no, I'm out of time. Thank you guys for being here every single day. We love you. Thanks for being here. Go to my channel. Click that link in the chat right there. Everybody come over. We'll all be there hanging out. Thanks for 60K. We love you for that. Really, 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 really cool for supporting this channel, man. When I started, we had like thousands. We have almost no. I mean, I started right at the beginning. I was one of the first people here, and it's seeing this channel grow so quickly. It just makes me really happy. It took me 10 years to get to 100K, and these guys are getting there almost in a year. It's fantastic. All right, guys, love y'all. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget to check out Steven later on this evening, and come to my channel, hang out with all the rest of us. We'll all be there pretty much, and y'all are invited to come hang out with our family. Love you, Diet. Have a good night.